Hello everyone and welcome to the final event of the games, a mountaineering marathon. Runners will be competing against one another in a race to the peak of Celeste Mountain. For those unfamiliar with the game, Celeste is an indie platforming title which sees you take control of Madeline, a young woman determined to scale the immense Celeste Mountain, overcoming obstacles both physical and emotional as she comes to grips with her own anxiety and self-doubt. Runners will be completing an any % run of the game, which means they'll be opening a brand new file, starting from the prologue, and climbing as fast as they can until they reach the summit over 3,000 meters above. These runs will utilize the in-game timer, which is always running when in a level, even when the game is paused, but won't run when in the level select. Since starting each level relies on human input, this does mean the runs will be slightly desynced from one another, but will remain close enough for the race and the runner's position relative to each other to still make sense. And joining me for commentary on this final event, someone who knows a lot more about Celeste than I do. Everyone, give a round for Steve.
Hello everybody, my name is Steve, also known as Esaevian. I have done a number of 80% runs of this game, and I'm excited to see what our runners will be bringing to us today for tips and tricks for getting all the way up Celeste Mountain.
Excellent. Now, in your experience, do you have an idea of like what a rough time for like an early or amateur speedrunner might get on this game versus like a blind speedrun with no real experience?
Yeah, so very typically, like if you have some experience with the game but no speedrunning experience, it can very easily get to about an hour and a half for a first-time speedrun, and then just with a few more runs after that, getting some practice under your belt, getting to about an hour, even just under an hour, which is where my personal best stands, is very easy to achieve.
Excellent, cool. And any thoughts about like a blind speedrunner? Like I know that would probably depend a lot on kind of your own, platforming skills in general, how quickly you can kind of get acclimated to a game, but is there kind of like a range that you've seen for like first timers with the game?
Yeah, definitely for first timers. Definitely a first run will be several hours, maybe 2 to 3 hours to get through the any % run of the game, and then just with subsequent runs, you can get that to an hour and a half, maybe even an hour and 15 minutes.
Excellent. All right, cool. Well, so for this event, let's introduce our participants for the marathon. In the top left corner, you'll be seeing me, representing Imperium Ludum. I'm Rick. On the bottom left, you'll be seeing CJ, representing the Daisy Baby Bitch territory. On the bottom right, you'll be seeing José of Tierra de los Hermanos Hook. And there is no runner for this event from 𝗚𝗓𝗢𝗪. We will have 3 participants in this race. And as we begin, we see our participants typing in their names to get their files started. In just a moment, their adventure up Celeste Mountain will begin. And we're off. So my run, we're skipping right past the little opening segment, though it would have been nice to just kind of take the just breathe. I think the anxiety of a speedrun race, especially one... So Celeste has been really fine-tuned over the years, has it not?
Definitely. So as, people have been discovering speedrun tricks, the actual developers of the game have been really encouraging that, and they're speedrunners themselves, so they actually go through and have optimized the game to be very well speedrunnable and replicatable.
Excellent. I feel like there's a little bit of acknowledgement of that even within the game itself, with the Farewell DLC having its own introduction of the wave dash technique, or at least the version of wave dashing that they have in Celeste, which up until that point was kind of more of a speedrunning trick than it was like an official, maneuver, I guess, that was explicitly shown in the game.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of support from the developers on that. Some other speedrunning tricks like wall bouncing, which we may see later in this run, are actually taught later in some of the more difficult versions of these levels, which we may not be seeing in this run. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's totally fine. So a couple things right off the bat here. Yes, I did definitely embarrass myself right off the bat by taking a quick death in literally the first real room of the game. Here I am trying to be fancy with my wave dashes, and I literally sail right over the first platform into the second pit. So that's a really good start to the game for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It takes a lot of practice to know exactly when to wave dash and when not to, and when to sort of reverse and kind of go back.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think so. There's a couple differences that I'd want to point out between the runs that you'll be expecting from myself on the top left and Jose on the bottom right. For one, you can see in the middle here we have this little progress bar, which I've added in there, which I think it's a nice way of being able to tell kind of where everyone is relative to one another. Unless you have these, courses memorized, which, anyone that's watching who does do speedrunning for this game probably will, at least to some extent, have, like, these maps relatively well memorized. But anyone who's coming in without that knowledge, all of these rooms may as well be next to any other room in the level. There's not a ton to distinguish them from one another until the summit. So having that at least gives you a good idea of where everyone is relative to each other. But so notably, I think there were two big differences, I think, or there was a big difference between the runs that Jose and I are going to be putting up here. I definitely came at this from an angle of just, I know at least vaguely how to do the wave dashes. I'm a pretty quick platformer in general. And I am a big fan of just figuring out routes kind of on the fly. Jose also, I think for both of us, this was our first real attempt at doing a full speed run. Both of us had some of segments, through practice, but neither of us had really done a full-sized speed run of this before. So Jose had also taken some time to look at a few tips and tricks from the best from speedrunners. I don't know the names of some of these techniques, but you can see Jose doing what I wound up internalizing as stone skipping. That kind of wave dash diagonally into the ground to then skip back up.
It's one of the basic ways to start your hyper dash to actually go through. And then I'm not sure if you saw toward the end of the first level, Jose actually employed a trick with some spike jumps. In this game, you can actually see spikes don't actually hurt you unless you are moving toward them. So you can actually get some wall jumps off of spikes as long as you're moving in the same direction that they're pointing. So there's actually a way to skip a portion of the end of the first level to get through that a little bit faster.
Interesting. See, I had definitely encountered I had streamed this game before, I think maybe 2 years ago. And I definitely once or twice encountered a couple instances where I would land what would seem to be directly into spikes or kind of grab onto the wall right on the corner of spikes and not actually die. I think that's kind of a related element. There's a little bit of a grace there.
Yeah. The game gives you.
There's definitely I've definitely seen a couple folks pull off some speedrun techniques that exploit that pretty thoroughly. A lot of jumping off of corners and things to avoid the spikes.
And there's a good amount of hitbox manipulation as well. We'll see that particularly in level 3, which we'll be getting into shortly. There's a very difficult trick called the demo dash, which I can walk through when we get there. I'm not sure if we'll be seeing that from our runners today.
Okay.
But it's a very interesting trick to skip a good portion of that level, actually.
All right. So we've got Jose currently running from 𝗏𝗚𝗢, or I guess technically. She doesn't really have a canonical name. It's part of me, right?
Part of you, yeah.
Yeah, and then 𝗏𝗚𝗢 is kind of the nickname that she got unofficially, and then it got used in Towerfall, I believe.
Yes, what it is, yes. I know there was some fighting game. Or not fighting game, but competitive
kind of like
game.
an arena, like archery battle. I don't know what that would be, right? It's a tiny arena fighting game, I guess. And so in my run, also now on the run from part of you, part of me. We've got CJ
is on the second to last room of level 1, so he's still making his way through.
Definitely, if you're going for the winged golden strawberry, this room is torture. The one that CJ's in right now. My final stream with Celeste was spent, among other things, going for the flying golden strawberry, and I think I spent a good 20-30 minutes just in this room. It's so very specific, the jumps you need there. Let's see. So it looks like Jose is also on his way, just about done.
Has escaped the trail of 𝗏𝗚𝗢𝗓 following them, and is just making their way to the end of the dream sequence.
There we go. Over to the phone booth to wake up and get our little junior version of the stage. All right, as CJ is coming out of the Forsaken City and into the old site. All right, it's interesting to see Jose in the waking version of the old site while I'm in the same screens of the dream.
Definitely dream parallels there.
Yeah, oh yeah. So it was a little bit more obvious earlier. So right now Jose has got a couple room lead on me right now. The flags are you'll notice anytime we get close together, that the Tierra de los Hermanos hook flag is kind of layered on top of the Imperium Ludum flag. Whoever's in the lead is just layered on top. Just makes it a little clearer who's in the lead when anyone's like close together.
Mm-hmm.
All right, as we
now
head
we're
into
on
the
level
Celestial
3,
Resort,
the old mansion.
This one seems to be just everyone's. I wouldn't say nightmare exactly, but it seems like nobody really likes the resort.
Yeah, this level is all about cycles and timing, and it's difficult to get the timing right if you're trying to go through as fast as possible.
Yeah. Especially since, like you're saying with the cycles, so many of the enemies in this level, I guess all of the enemies really, are on these little cycles where if you fall off of your timing even a little bit, it just completely messes with the pace of the rest of the room.
Mm-hmm. And one interesting thing is that, so a lot of speedrunners have a route to go through one of these rooms with these cycles, but they have to actually come up with a alternate route if they die, because sometimes the cycles will be different if they start in this room versus walking into the room.
Yeah,
so a death will typically cause them to actually have to employ different strategies.
Yep, I definitely noticed that. Like, I died in a couple rooms, Jose died in a couple rooms. I noticed that it would seem like, all right, first time through a room, you got this thing, you kind of make it maybe halfway through, take a death that you weren't expecting. It's like, all right, fine. You try to take the same pace, and you're dying immediately just because you're so used to what you just did a moment ago.
Exactly.
All right. I also, I'll admit, during my own run, I forgot that the, and I don't know the official names for any of these, but the fuzz that becomes the kind of dark mold that kills you doesn't actually trigger until you leave the spot that it's on.
This actually was an older version of that, did actually activate on a timer.
Oh, really?
And they decided to change it to just activate when you leave. That fuzzy wall will become fuzzy again.
Interesting. Was that a Celeste Classic thing, or was that like a version 1.1?
I believe that was a version 1 thing. I don't sure if the fuzzies were actually in Celeste Classic.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
Speaking of Celeste Classic, we do actually... we probably will not see this in the speedrun, but there is a secret computer in this level where you can actually play a version of Celeste Classic baked into this game, which is a pretty cool inclusion by the developers.
Now, is it an actual Pico 8 version of the game, or is it just kind of a like pretend version of Pico 8 that's...
I'm not sure in the actual development. I mean, I believe it's supposed to like fairly well emulate the Pico 8, but I'm not sure if it's actually having a Pico 8 engine inside of this code.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think the room that it takes to get there we don't even see in anyone's runs here, since it's kind of out of the way from... I guess you kind of return. You return from one of the 3 paths on like the left side of the room that leads to the computer, but there's no reason to go to the right at all.
Exactly. Looks like Jose is currently in our big mess room. Going to talk to...
Has there been any...
starting those 3 paths to clean up.
Are you aware of like any meta as far as this room, like which paths are the optimal ones to take and when?
There are definitely optimal paths. It's been a while since I've run. I believe Jose is kind of on the path that I would take, which is top, then bottom, then middle.
Okay.
That may have changed since I've done my runs, so that may not be the actual optimal path, but it is a good path, I will say.
Cool. It's definitely one of those things that's interesting. So for anyone who's not familiar with the game, the kind of point of this middle chunk of the Celestial Resort is you've got all this junk and clutter everywhere. You've got the purple kind of bedding clutter, you've got green and blue, which appears to be like books, and then you've got brown, which is just kind of crates. And as you go through these 3 other paths, you clean out all of one type of that clutter, as Jose just did. He got rid of all the books. So now as you go through the other 2 paths, all of the green and blue book clutter is gone, but the beddings and the crates are still there. So each path gets progressively, I wouldn't say easier, but certainly cleaner. There seem to be some that are actually easier if you do them earlier.
Yeah, definitely. It does change. It will change the pathing no matter what of each level. So if you do them in a different order, you might actually have to have a different strategy to get through. Gotcha.
As CJ is now getting further into the battle-in section with 3 battle-ins behind. Ooh, unfortunate little death right there.
The one very good thing about this game is that if you ever die, you're always sent back, not too far back, just to the beginning of the room, and the rooms are never too long. It really encourages you to kind of just keep trying and keep getting that one part perfect. Absolutely,
yeah. It's actually that was one of the concerns for CJ going in, was like how many lives do I get? What's like the worst? Like am I going to have to like do whole levels again? It's like, no, you're never going to have to do whole levels again. You're going to get sent back to the beginning of whatever room you're in. You're never going to get penalized that hard because the game is tough, especially for first-time experience. They throw a lot of stuff at you, none of which is impossible by any means, but it's definitely like the difficulty does scale pretty well.
Definitely. And partly to address that, the developers have actually added in an assist mode, which I don't believe any of the runners are running on for this run. But it does add different tricks like invincibility or infinite stamina that just make it easier to kind of get through the game, so you can actually experience the whole story and all of the levels.
Nice. There's definitely a couple spots, especially near the summit, where stamina starts to really come into play, even if you're pretty experienced with the game.
Definitely. I
think... oh god, I'm going to get the number wrong, but like flag 14 maybe is one where you are more or less required with it, like unless you do some serious like strats on it, that you're pretty well going to run out of stamina or at least start blinking on your way to the next flag.
Definitely. Managing a stamina is always very important.
Jose getting the key, moving on to the next portion of the stage, as it looks like I'm about to get into the third path of the messy room.
So you'd be having a little bit of trouble finding the entrance to that last path, or finding the 𝗚𝗔𝗦𝗪.
Oh yeah,
the keeper of the mansion.
Yep, I think both Jose and I wound up confusing where he was for one of the two for one of the points we have to find him. In the first time he's in the center. I think the second time he's in the bottom left, and the third time he's in the top right. I want to say Jose went for the top second, and I went for the bottom third, which wound up losing us both a little bit of time there.
Definitely. This might be a good time to start talking about hitboxes and some of the technique I talked about before called the demo dash.
Absolutely.
If you see right after this cutscene in Jose's screen, there's a big wall of these fuzzy creatures. It turns out that the hitboxes for them are individual circles that are about 4 pixels apart. It also turns out that when you duck and dash in midair, your hitbox is also 4 pixels tall. So if you're very, very precise, you can actually dash through a wall of fuzzies and actually avoid this whole section about getting the key and coming back up and save a good 30 seconds. But that's incredibly precise. Looks like Jose did not opt to do that. So went for the safer route.
As kind of a middle ground strategy, I'm trying to remember whether or not this is the case. So you can certainly clarify, but if you collect a key, I'm relatively sure if you die, you go back to the start of the room, but still retain the key.
But you still have the key.
So you could arguably...
That's also a trick. Once you get the key, you hit start over, you go back to the start of the room.
Yeah, and you just have the key at the entrance. It didn't occur to me till after my run, where I was like, wait a second, hang on.
Yeah.
That might have been an opportunity.
Just make sure you don't do that when you're going for the golden strawberry. I've seen some runners do that by accident, just by habit.
Oh, no. And then you get back to the start of the whole level. Oh, God.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, whenever you're going for golden strawberry... checkpoints do no longer count when you've got the golden strawberry in hand. All right, we've got 𝗚𝗔𝗪𝗪's ghost on Jose's side of things.
A sort of one of the closest things this game will call to a boss. This chase sequence.
Yeah, there's this
to get to the end of the mansion.
There's this here, and then there's the encounter with Battlein in Reflection that are about the closest you really get to boss encounters in this game. It can be pretty tricky, too, because, even more so than the rhythm of the little fuzzies, 𝗚𝗔𝗪𝗪's ghost definitely, throws you off if you die in the level, since the timing changes for him, too. Some of these jumps...
You always dash where you are at a certain point, and you just have to move out of the way.
Yep.
But if you're falling through the air, you might not be able to move.
As Jose just kind of showed there, yeah. Sometimes you just have to dash straight down and kind of plant yourself for another attempt.
Exactly.
Oh, nice. Actually, most of that horizontally, which is pretty cool. Yeah. I feel like it's definitely one that's more geared to be done diagonally, but you can just get it right. It's definitely a little bit faster going straight across.
Yeah, if you start off with the hyper dash, you can actually get a good amount of momentum to keep going.
Absolutely, yeah.
On the bottom left, looks like CJ has escaped all the Battleins and is making his way to the end of the dream sequence.
Excellent. And those blocks that you can pass through have a lot of interesting properties to them that I don't think anything else in the game really does. So you get your dash back once you pass through them. You can also kind of jump out of the block.
Definitely.
In order to get a ton of extra momentum.
Yeah, jumping, you can even do a sort of dash jump out of that block as well to kind of get even more momentum.
Oh, interesting.
So there are definitely some parts later in level 7 when we kind of come back to some of these mechanics where you can get a lot of speed out of those green blocks.
Gotcha. CJ waking up as Jose exits the Celestial Resort and starts making his way over to the Golden Ridge. So I'm making my way over, past the messy room on my way to meet up with Oshiro and trigger the ghost event. Oh, and actually, here we are. Now, the Golden Ridge is one that's kind of interesting. So I didn't spend like any real time watching speedruns myself going into this. And I'd be very curious to see how the top speedrunners deal with the windy sections of this, because obviously, when you're dashing, you're mostly negating the effects of the wind, but if you're standing still at all, and there's a couple spots where you kind of still need to, the wind is really just kind of this force you can't avoid otherwise. I'd be curious to see.
It's kind of considered one of the more annoying mechanics to deal with in this game.
Yeah.
Just having to fight the wind and trying to get to where you want to go. Your dash, while it may negate the wind, is still shorter than you would expect, so you still have to manage that as well.
Interesting. I assume, is it common to do, I guess, wave dashes or hyper dashes and then using that replenished dash to like go into the ground to start it again? Like, can those be chained together in like a meaningful way?
They usually can be. Sometimes the wind will actually hurt your ability to kind of get back up in the air to do that again, though. So it's kind of difficult to maintain. And we also have the introduction of the blue bubbles.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That will actually launch you in a short distance in a certain direction.
We'll be seeing in was it the Mirror Temple, I think, the red bubbles?
Yes.
Which go until you hit something or you dash out of them. Right. We
have these directional blocks as well.
Yeah, these ones are...
Some of them are able to be manipulated and steered in certain directions that let you reach new heights.
There's definitely a lot of interesting kind of... I feel like the Golden Ridge is probably the most precisely laid out stage in the game, especially due to like just how the wind functions. It seems like it's very carefully laid out, where there's obviously skips and things you can do, but it seems like there's fewer ways to exploit it generally in this level than most of the others.
Definitely. There are some tricks that you can do with some of these blocks to kind of get some reverse dashes off of them before they actually hit their destination, so you can kind of build up some momentum. So that's always interesting. And then Jose actually just ran into a crumbling block, which will crumble as soon as you're on top of it, though if you hit the side of it, it doesn't start to crumble immediately, so it gives you a little bit of extra time if you want to just hit the side of one of those crumbling platforms.
Grab that and then either strategize or wait out the wind changes, give yourself an extra boost up to somewhere else. While I'm over in the Celestial Resort, I had a lot of trouble with this room. I don't know what it was. This is probably the worst room for me in my entire run. Something about just because there's... Oh, geez, and right at the end there, too.
Right at the end, yeah.
Because there's about a dozen or so separate cycling enemies in addition to Oshiro's ghost. And just, if you fall off of that rhythm, it really does punish you in this
Definitely.
room in particular.
And it is one of the longest rooms that any player has encountered so far in the game, so it's just... It ends up being a bit of a grueling task to get through to the end.
Oh, boy.
Right there.
Barely keeping it together for that. We're out of the Celestial Resort at long last. Yeah, I think that was that is the worst room that I put up in my run at the very least. Yeah, definitely a rough one as I'm kind of taking a quick breath before going into the next level. And like I mentioned in the intro as well, when you're in the level select, the in-game timer is not running, so it is a good opportunity to take a breath, take a bathroom break, whatever you need to do. But it does also mean that as we're doing this, as you can see, the timers on the 3 screens are all off by a bit here and there. So if 2 people are in the same room at the same time, it's not necessarily that they're at the same point, like at the same time, but it's, a pretty good approximation.
Pretty close. Yeah, definitely.
As we can see, too, Jose's built up a pretty decent lead, about 60% of an entire stage ahead. And there's not a huge number of opportunities to gain back to gain back ground in this level at least, since the wind is such a limiting factor.
Some of the later levels definitely do have some large skips if our runners know about them to actually save a lot of time. So we'll see what will happen with those.
We have the flying snowballs on Jose's side of things. A nice little reminder of bullet bills from old Mario games.
That's true. It's similar mechanics to 𝗚𝗓𝗓, where they will always target where you are when they launch. You just have to move out of the way.
And I believe they come at regular intervals until you get, to that last 20% of the screen or so. So you can definitely time your jumps in anticipation of them so that you can avoid having to deal with them much at all. But as you can see there, sometimes it doesn't quite time out the way we're looking for.
And the snowballs are definitely, because of their timing mechanics, one of those things you have to watch out for when you die in that same room, because they'll be on a slightly different timing than you would have expected when you first come in.
Yeah. It's interesting, too. So similar to 𝗚𝗓𝗓, they also work as kind of platforming tools if you can time it correctly. So I could certainly imagine some folks in the more intense speedrunning side are able to pull off some really impressive chains utilizing those as platforms.
Definitely, it's very helpful. He also gave you your dash back, any sort of platform benefit you still get from those snowballs too.
Nice. CJ currently in the what is there a name for those kind of triggers? I've always thought of them as shields, I guess.
I've always referred to them as coins or buttons.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there's an actual official term for them.
Nice. Because there's definitely a few specific rooms in the game that feature generally 4 or 5 of those that tend to be some of the trickier ones. I think that's the first legitimately kind of tricky one, just because the moving bumper platforms are constantly swaying back and forth. You got 4 of them. You have just the single jump at the time.
Yeah, it's rather difficult. And toward the end of Golden Ridge, Jose is moving into Mirror Temple right now. There was actually a slight mishap where Jose went to skip the cutscene, but the menu had not yet changed. They accidentally retried that last room.
Oh, yes.
So you have to be careful. You have to have your timing right if you want to get the cutscene skip on the right timing.
Thankfully, that's among the shortest screens in the game, of the ending.
So you take a couple steps and you're done.
Exactly, yeah. So, technically, I guess a couple seconds lost there, but nothing too tragic. Certainly not as bad as some of the screens in this game can be in terms of how far you have to get before it qualifies as in the closing cutscene.
And so we also have Jose using one of our red bubbles, which take you as far as they possibly can until you either hit a wall or dash out of them.
Yep. And this room being kind of the tutorial for the fact that you will have to dash out of some of them. Going up and hitting that button, which I think unlocks this wall down here to the right.
Yeah, that button definitely unlocks an extra collectible, I believe a strawberry, which is actually not quite necessary for the 90% run, but a button hit is a button earned.
I was a little confused when I saw that, because I was like, wait, but nothing in this room actually moved, so I wound up looking it up after the fact, oh, okay, so that wasn't like a skip or anything, it was just, just a thing that happened to be there.
Yeah.
All right. Mirror Temple was definitely one that I had to take some time in practice to actually figure out where I was going, because it's just so sprawling. The darkness really makes it tough to see where you're headed unless you know ahead of time where things are laid out. And as we're seeing here, Jose entering this long vertical chamber, but opting instead to head off to this little zone over here.
Here we go. He's sneaking back to kind of chain some hyperdashes together to actually skip a key.
Yes.
An intended skip that you don't actually need the key to get through that part of the room.
Yeah, but I want to say that saves about 6 rooms. I don't know how much time it would save, but it would have to be around a minute or so, or at least close to a minute. Because the normal path involves you, I want to say, going up, and then you have to go in kind of a loop, a little tight loop of rooms to collect your key, and then back down and around, and that can be pretty time-consuming.
Definitely.
All right, so we got one of the longer rooms in the game, at least outside of the B and C sides that Jose's in right now.
And also, speaking of B sides, there's actually an interesting sort of strategy that some other speedrunners might take is that, so in order to get to the B side of a level, you need to find a cassette in what's the normal version or the A side to access the B side. However, if you complete the B side of a level, say level 5, it will actually unlock the next level in the normal run. So some of the more professional speedrunners have actually found that it is faster to complete 5B, find the cassette and then complete all of 5B than actually it is to just complete all of 5A. And then that will actually unlock level 6 for them. So you may not be seeing that on this run, but that's a very interesting thing that some of the more high-end speedrunners will do.
Interesting. I hadn't even considered that as a possibility. Just because the B run, the B sides are generally a lot tougher than the A sides, and the C sides are brutal. We had mentioned before that it's if you die, it's not that big a deal. You go back to the start of the room, but the C sides, I want to say, are 3 rooms.
All
of the C sides are
3 very difficult rooms.
Yeah. So if you die, then you could be sent back. I mean, if it's your first time, you could be sent back 20 minutes. It's so devastating. But
and
fortunately,
definitely to pull off that B-side trick, you need to know some of the tricks in the B-side as well to skip a lot of that.
Yeah.
So it's very, kind of professionals only, or it takes a lot of practice to get there.
Yeah, it definitely seems like something that you'd want to practice a couple times before trying to take it out for a one and done kind of speed run where you don't really have the opportunity to go back and restart the runs. Because high risk but high reward. So
definitely.
All right, so we got CJ still in the Celestial Resort. I believe he's on his second path here. We've got Jose now dealing with our...
in the Dark Temple, the dark version of the Mirror Temple.
Right. As I get myself over to our first key block in the Mirror Temple.
We have sort of these... I'm not sure that they actually have a name. These sort of octopus Cthulhu monsters that will constantly chase you throughout a room.
We already got past the transition into the Dark Temple where you briefly control one in this weird kind of abstract void moment. No other moments like it in the game, but... yeah.
Sort of a reversal where you actually have to control one to attack Madeline that's sort of sitting in space. And then you control Madeline afterwards.
It's a very interesting little moment there, because I again, there's no other moment like it in the entire game. And so it's just kind of this jarring little abstract thing where suddenly you're controlling an enemy and you see Madeline and you're like, well, I guess I'll go do that.
Yeah. I don't know if this was intentional, but Jose actually discovered that these monsters can actually activate the coins for you.
Yeah.
So you can actually lead one to activate a coin while you go get a second coin and kind of get them both at the same time.
Yeah, if you've got things lined up just right, then it can be a huge time save as you kind of multitask. I believe there's at least one room where you do need to use little demon guys to get a coin, as I think it's a coin that's surrounded by the red brambles.
Believe so. We'll be seeing that shortly.
Yeah, it's a little bit further in, I think. All right, as we're now getting to this giant complex area.
Looks like Jose is... oh, maybe not. I was going to say, there is a way to actually skip this. You actually need to find 2 keys to progress to the next room. There is a method to skip finding those 2 keys, which involves a very precise sort of wave dash to get over a pit of these sort of wiggly spikes.
Yeah, I was reading up about that after my own run, but I was curious if there was something there, because it's such... even if you pull off an alternate route here, there's still so many bits and pieces to this that it would seem like there would have to be something that would cut down time here. And I guess there's a really intricate little hyper dash chain thing you can do that saves you a lot of time there.
Yeah, but it seems like Jose has a route to get both of those keys. I mean, I actually saw that he was running out of stamina a little bit, but wall jumping actually consumes no stamina, so you can kind of wall jump forever.
Yeah.
And gain a little bit of height each time.
So Jose opting to head off to the side with the demon breaking down the door. Because this area, this is something that I was not even aware of until... so I did my run first, because I needed to, physically record this with the other runners, so rather than seeing any of their strats, I did mine before they did theirs. I didn't even know this area was here. I'm sure that... because during my own streams, I 100%ed it with strawberries, so I'm sure that it came over here at some point, but yeah, this area has actually got 3 keys available. There's 2 that are next to each other, or that are placed next to each other. You have to go to opposite sides of the complex room for it. But you can instead opt to have that red door get broken down and go for a 3rd key that can save you a bit of time there.
Definitely.
All right, past the 2 key doors for Jose. Looks like I'm about to get myself over into that area. We're now dodging the little demon guys.
Taking shelter in some of those glittery streams of light that the demons can actually get through.
Yes,
those are little protective areas.
It's a nice little bit of help if you're trying to just dodge one at the last second. Duck behind one of those, give yourself a breather, and then continue on.
One other thing about those demons is that, so you saw Rick just jumped off of one of them, just kind of like Oshir, you can get your dash back, same as a platform. But then when they reform a couple seconds later, they actually send that little shockwave that will give you some momentum if you can take advantage of that.
Oh, interesting, yeah. They also don't stay stunned for very long. You can see on Jose's side, they really only stay stunned for about 1.5 seconds, maybe 2 seconds. So in a pinch, it's good to get yourself out of, having to dodge them a ton, but you're not necessarily going to, get much of a breather there.
Definitely. You also see Jose is carrying your mountain climbing compatriot, 𝗜𝗍, who's currently trapped in a crystal. So you actually have to complete the rest of this level with 𝗜𝗍, providing some color commentary himself. As far as how Madeline is doing.
There's some interesting mechanics that go along with, that are kind of unique to this level, where throwing 𝗜𝗍 can actually trigger buttons. It can also knock back enemies. I don't think it can actually stun them fully. But I don't know.
I believe if you have 𝗜𝗍 land on top of an enemy, it might stun them.
Okay, nice. And obviously he can collect our blue coins here as well to trigger the doors, along with the demon itself.
Yep.
Oh, and yeah, as you can see on the left, that's where the little bramble protected.
You have to go through the bramble
there. There's also a couple things that I noticed that I didn't know my first time through this game, where you can kind of do some tricky maneuvers involving throwing 𝗜𝗍, and wave dashing to catch him, and you can kind of get a lot of extra momentum by kind of pulling a bunch of those together in sequence. It actually can be really useful in the final room of this level, where you're kind of dealing with a constant barrage of this concussive energy that keeps blowing you back. Because you can kind of... it almost feels like iframes a little bit, for at least from that blast sending you backwards, if you catch him at the right moment as that's happening.
Right, kind of negates the backwards momentum.
Yeah,
the momentum of the crystal, I guess, going forward.
I think it's the few frames of animation of you picking up the crystal negate any motion that you're getting pushed back. All right, so on my side, I just got the second key. So for mine, I had gone through the right path for the key, which brings you back into the room that you would need to walk through to get to the key on the left side anyway. So that was my path for that, to keep those loops tight. And as we can see too, we've got a lot of this. We've seen these before at this point, but the platforms that respond to dashes. We're seeing them on my side right now. We'll see them on Jose's in a second on the other side of this room. But the last kind of quarter of this level relies on a number of these, where you have to kind of carefully place 𝗜𝗍 in order to get the platforms to respond. Oh, and now we're in that.
If you're able to carefully place a demon under one of them, you can actually crush a demon, killing it permanently under one of those platforms as well.
Nice. All right.
So we have our concussive waves that Jose is currently fighting through. A little difficult to get through.
It's a little bit of a pain to deal with it. Whoop, almost. There we go.
The eyeball. There we go.
There it is. And we are done with the Mirror Temple. I believe moving on to Reflection. Alrighty.
I don't know if we probably will not be seeing it, but the setup for Reflection is that Madeline has actually fallen down a good chunk of the mountain, and it kind of needs to work her way back up along with Madeline.
Yes, yeah. I think.
I guess we'll be seeing this first part where we're introduced to the feather mechanic.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of a free-flying. You actually are able to move. I forget the actual thing, but you are able to move in more than 8 directions, which is more than what you're typically doing on the ground. So it's actually very useful to use the joystick rather than the D-pad for using the feather.
Yeah, so I can't speak for either CJ or Jose, but for me, when I play this game, I tend to just use the joystick anyway, which I know is far from optimal when you're trying to set up specific tricks. Something about using the D-pad for a game that's this For some reason, for me, when there's games that are this smooth and this technical, for whatever reason, using a D-pad feels too restrictive to me. Even though it's the same kind of inputs and it's much looser. Nice little quick skip for Jose there.
Yep.
For whatever reason, the joystick just feels more natural, and especially if you're then going to be using these feathers, which have, it seems to be a full 360 of controllable motion. Using the joystick is preferable.
There's some degrees that it's. I want to say it's like 17 or 13 degrees of increments.
Nice.
But I don't exactly remember.
All right, we got Jose coming into the very large room here with the feather. We've got myself with Theo and the crystal.
Skip.
CJ making his way to go meet up with Oshiro and encounter his ghost. Oof, rough death on that one.
And we're going through. Jose is actually hitting a number of these grumbly blocks. Every time you hit one, they kind of grumble and kind of send you to a new place. I believe in the code that is named after one of the developers named Kevin.
Nice.
So the community frequently refers to these as Kevin blocks.
Kevin blocks, nice. All right. And yeah, the trick with those, as you can see, is the side that you hit it from is the side that it then moves towards.
I would say the room that Rick just went through, which has a sideways dash block, is also called the yeet room because there's actually a way to manipulate the momentum of Theo to actually just carry you through that room and honestly partly through the next room.
Nice.
If you go fast enough, you can actually go through a wall of spikes that way.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So that's kind
if
of
you ever watch an AGDQ run, you'll see the audience yell yeet as they go through that room.
Nice. So that's I assume that's the result of a similar, at least the passing through the wall is a similar thing that gets used in even as far back as Super Mario Brothers speedruns, where there's like, I was going to say subpixels. That's not right. It's not subpixels. It's more essentially each frame the game is checking for collision based off of a couple different points on both yourself and the like object in front of you. But if you manage to not be touching a wall and then the next frame be completely past the wall, still not touching it, then the game, unless you specifically are very carefully like watching for that, a lot of times you'll be able to just pass through the wall entirely.
Exactly. It's very common. I don't want to say common, but it happens frequently in a number of games where you can kind of skip through walls based on how fast you're going.
Yeah. Usually it's not something most games have to worry about per se, since most games don't have you moving like particularly fast where that would be a problem, but every once in a while it does come up, and it's kind of a huge pain to code, like to fix too.
Yeah, you have to check every single kind of a continuous checkpoint along, like a array or something like that.
Yeah, which can be kind of a hassle for a lot of games. For one like this, it wouldn't be impossible. There's not. I don't think there's enough going on that it would like choke the game to be able to make those calculations. But it's such a rare occurrence that it's probably not really something that would matter. And like you were saying at the start of this, the devs are really fond of like speedrunning and speedrunners. So I'm sure that upon seeing that, they're like, oh, that's cool. All right, let's leave that.
Just kind of left it in.
Yeah. All right. So both Jose and myself in reflection. Jose coming up on the halfway point of the level, and myself very early into it.
Running into those bumpers is always a little rough, but Jose seemed to have recovered from that.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple spots where, because you bounce off directionally based off of where you strike the outside of the bumper. So if you're off by just a little bit, it'll throw you in a way where you're not quite expecting it.
And it does deactivate the bumper for a short moment, so you can't always even rely on coming back to it as well. So you might just fall through it and into spikes.
Yes, in this level, there's an awful lot of that.
Might be skipping a portion of this level of this screen to actually skip several rounds of spikes.
Yes,
through some very small openings.
Yeah, very large S curve of navigation through the spikes. Otherwise, I definitely knew that was an option, but I hadn't practiced that one before, and I was like, I don't know if I want to risk it on a stage, rather a room this large, because if I mess it up, then it means a lot of wasted time. CJ aiming to get that key on the other side of the room. We've got
taking the time.
Jose on the big block.
Between these platforms. Oh, and he overshoots one of the platforms.
Whoop.
Unfortunately. this is I believe Jose's on the final Kevin block before we hit to the sort of climax of Reflection.
Yes. Which carries a pretty substantial gameplay shift from a lot of the rest of the game, where, you know, our second boss battle, and not just that, but also one where you're actively participating in it instead of just passively trying to escape.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, we've got Battlein now shooting, you know, little energy balls. She'll be doing lasers eventually as well, and the only way to get through is to actively make contact with Battlein.
Mm-hmm. And every time it changes the level just a little bit, you see the rocks falling. They will crush you if you're caught under them in the wrong time.
Yes.
But it does change how you actually have to manipulate yourself through the level, so you can dodge those.
Important, it doesn't come up just yet. I mean, it can, but it definitely comes up later. You don't actually have to be dashing in order to damage Battlein. Mm-hmm. You just need to make contact. It'll consider any contact damaging, which is useful because there's a couple spots where it's very difficult to actually make a full dash over to her.
Definitely, and also touching her, which will, you know, signify the next part of the chase, will give you your dash back.
Yes.
So you can actually kind of sort of recover by that way as well.
Which is very useful in some spots where you're kind of being dumped, like there, kind of directly over spikes.
Yeah.
Can be a bit of a double-edged sword, though. If you are a little too hasty on dashing forward, the game definitely sets up a couple trap blocks to crush you if you just, you know, mindlessly dash forward. The one that Jose's on right now, in fact, being a pretty straightforward one.
Definitely.
Right.
We're going through that last feather section for the second half of Reflection as well.
About to meet up with Granny. Continue on forward. Big shout out too. So the music that you're hearing is always going to be whoever's in front. The soundtrack to this game is incredible. The standard soundtrack is, the Farewell DLC soundtrack is like out of this world. It's one of the few video game soundtracks that I've ever like had on my, you know, music devices or whatever. I've had Farewell on there since I played this game the first time. It's so good. There's
fantastic. Shout outs to Lena Rain, I believe is the composer.
There's like a 8 or 9 minute suite done for Farewell. That's really, really good. There's a very high probability that got used for the intro to this video as we were explaining things. It's that or one of the other ones from the DLC, just because it's so good, so good.
Yeah, this battle and boss music is also very, very catchy. Yes. Hearing the hey yeah, going through it all.
The chanting in there, yeah. Definitely brings up a lot of that energy, but it keeps those themes and motifs from earlier in the game too. The like main theme of the game is present in, I think, all of the level tracks. Sometimes it's buried a little bit more than others, but
it's a little buried. And we'll also see in the next level we actually get good remixes of the main theme with the themes of each of the levels as our climbers will be going through the summit.
Because you get the that kind of. Is it reprise or reprise? I've said reprise for so long, but I've heard reprise so many more times. I have no idea. Oh, no.
It's kind of like a GIF situation, just kind of switch every so often.
Right. I was so confident for the longest time that it was reprise, and then for over the last, 2 years, I've never heard reprise again. I've heard reprise infinitely more, and I'm like, oh, no. All right, so both...
We have 3 boss battles on the screen right now, actually. We have 2 Battleins and 1 Oshiro.
All pretty tough moments in the game here as we're a little over 42, 43. There's actually a pretty big difference between the time on the clock for Jose and I and the time for CJ, though I guess that's because we've had a couple more mid or intra or inter-level transitions where the timer is not running.
That makes more sense, yeah. And particularly if I'm not sure if CJ's been skipping cutscenes.
He hasn't been as quick on the draw, if only because I had to kind of give him a little guidance on like, you can skip this, skip this.
Right.
Because a couple of them are a little bit less obvious than others. Most of them, it's narrowly
almost
getting
crushed, but got it.
Very close on that. Yeah, there's a couple scenes. In fact, earlier in this stage, I believe we didn't even really mention it, but there's a spot where you have 4 sequential dialogue-based cutscenes with Battlein in a row in the same room. Which is kind of frustrating because all 4 of them have a single jump between them. So you have to skip the cutscene, make your jump, skip the cutscene. Be a little bit
José
frustrating.
Going through the final room, one big long room to get to the end of Battlein, but seems to have made it on the first try.
All right. And skipping that cutscene, José has unlocked the double dash.
Madeline and Battlein, sort of a story situation, is have reconciled some of their differences, and now they are working together to climb up the mountain.
Yes. I'm trying to remember. Battlein essentially is sort of a personification, I guess, of Madeline's kind of self-doubt and kind of like defeatism, I guess.
Definitely. Like the entire time, Madeline has been telling Madeline that you can't do this, you can't make it up, and kind of being a bit more selfish about herself. But and through learning more about each other to become whole.
Yeah. Through part of their discussion that they have in this level and the next, as José is getting to the summit, is kind of that we're learning that the sort of villainous, vibe that Battlein has been giving off has been slightly misconstrued, and that it's more of a defense mechanism than it is, overt antagonism. It's sort of an attempt to protect Madeline by virtue of just like, don't do this thing, you might get hurt. And
now with 2 dashes, there's a number of more movement opportunities that we can actually see.
Absolutely.
Double dashing twice in the air, being able to chain some wave dashes on the ground as well, a bit more easily and a bit more quickly. So it's always going to be an interesting play.
So we'll also see for the summit, like you were saying before, we're going to get kind of musical reimaginings that kind of mix together the main theme of the game along with the themes of those levels, but also the backgrounds that we're seeing here and the just environments and the level mechanics themselves are going to be reminiscent of each of those levels as well. Right now we're getting kind of a remix of Reflection before we move up to get a sort of remix of the Forsaken City at 500 meters.
Yes. It's always going to be interesting to do like a nice tour of Mount Celeste to kind of wrap up this game.
I think I made a joke during my stream that we're not even playing a Mega Man game, but we got surprised by a boss rush in the form of a level rush at the end. Nice little skip.
And there's a number of other paths that lead to other collectibles, other strawberries, crystal hearts, like a cassette that you'll not be seeing, but this is a very sprawling, very large level. You can spend a long time here.
Absolutely. If you get through the whole level and you miss something too, it can take quite a while to actually locate what you're looking for. I want to say this level only so most of the levels, or I guess all of the levels, have kind of chapters to them that you can then select from on the level select if you want to like go looking for strawberries you missed or a cassette where you know where vaguely it is. I want to say for the summit, it just divides them by 500-meter markers.
Yes.
So
and then I believe the summit is also divided up.
Into its
but we'll see that when we get there. They have a couple of number markers.
Yeah. Because when you get to the top, there's 30 flag markers that are there, but I want to say there's 6 distinct rooms to the actual place. They're just very long rooms.
Yeah.
But if you die, you start from the most recent flag marker, not the actual room start, which is a nice.
Definitely makes it easier to sort of retry and make sure you have all your strategies correct.
Yep. All right, so I am now beginning the summit as José is reaching the end of 500 meters on his way to 1,000 meters. CJ in the long corridor with Oshiro's ghost, giving me terrible flashbacks as we get into the 45-50 minute range here.
It's always, it's still like one of like the biggest tests of this game right early on is this long Oshiro room. So
it really is
being put through the paces.
It's interesting. It kind of forms a really good like mid-boss, mid-point for the game as far as challenges go. I would argue that this room is maybe harder than most of the Golden Ridge kind of put together. Like Golden Ridge is more about patience than anything. Whereas this one you have to be like really careful and kind of twitchy with your controls to get out of the way.
Make sure you have all your timing correct.
Yeah. It's nice.
José is now in the old site, dashing through the dream blocks. And we actually saw earlier that if you dash through a deep dream block into a wall, it does automatically kill you, so you have to be careful about your directional inputs on that one.
Yeah, there's an interesting, right near the start of it, there's a very tall dream block that you have to like do a series of diagonal kind of jumps through if you want to get through there correctly. As you can see, you can kind of dash back and forth if you need a second to think, but you do need to kind of eventually figure out, like, all right, what am I actually doing here?
Yeah.
Thankfully, with the double dash, you can also you can also give yourself a second by, using one of your dashes straight up to like reposition yourself along the dream block. So you have a lot of maneuverability there.
Amount of leeway.
All right, so Jose moving on to the Celestial Resort at 1,500 meters.
Moving on to Golden Ridge.
All right. I believe I am in the Forsaken City portion, 500 meters of the summit. Ah, this room, yeah. And of course, the Celestial Resort immediately starts punishing Jose. It will punish me as well.
These timings are always just difficult to figure out and get through.
This one in particular, this one blob early into the Celestial Resort portion of the summit had Jose's number and mine. We both spent a weird amount of time just struggling with this one. I think part of it is you don't have, and there we go, he got past it there.
Using the second dash to make the timing work.
That's the thing, is like if you get the diagonal dash, if you time it just right and get the diagonal there, then you can buy yourself a little time. But if you don't and you kind of go up and then diagonal with it, you don't really have a way to correct yourself in midair. Whoops, so...
And you have the coin protected by these blobs.
Yep.
It's always difficult to figure out the timing to get in and then also back out.
Yeah, Jose actually resetting the room to give himself that transition timing instead of the death timing. All right.
And on to the final room of the Forsaken Site section of the summit. You have to follow battling along for the ride to get up to the top. Indicating that you need to help each other to actually reach the top of the summit.
Yeah. It's a nice little quick visual signifier that you're coming to the end of a given 500-meter section, too. Because Battlein only shows up in that final room. And when you meet her at the top, that transitions you up to the next portion of the climb. As I reach 1,000 meters, Jose continues through the 1,500-meter Celestial Resort.
There's another long room to get through. Full of fuzzy floors and fuzzy walls. That means you can't stay there for too long, or else you'll start getting hit with some of those anxiety bubbles.
Now, is there a path underneath the button that's there? I was curious about it, but didn't try it myself.
There is a path. I believe it leads to an extra collectible. I'm not sure which. There's another underground path that's a little bit hidden that Jose skipped over that does actually lead to a skip into this room, so you don't actually have to go up and then back down.
Oh, interesting. Okay. The spiked room that I'm in was definitely one that I think all three of us had to like take a second to. Cause there's just so many spikes there.
Yeah, and just maneuvering around, you can't touch the floor at all. It's all about managing your dashes.
Yep. And as Jose reaches 2,000 meters, getting up to Golden Ridge at the summit, while CJ is working through Golden Ridge the first time around. Making my way through.
You get those similar aesthetics both on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a lot more of the kind of brambly spikes going on further up at the summit than there are the first time around. They do a really good job of. I feel like part of the inspiration for the way that the summit works overall is, at some point they came up with a bunch of rooms that they were like, this is just too difficult for that portion of the game. We have to like not destroy them that early. Okay, let's put these all into a thing at the end then. Put all of our most challenging stuff at the end, and we'll kind of lace those together instead.
Yeah. You could definitely say the same for some of the B and C side levels.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Some of those were definitely developed earlier for normal levels, and it's like, we need to tone this down a little bit.
Yeah, needs to be beatable for someone who does not spend an entire day on this one level.
Exactly.
All right, as I'm making my way into the Celestial Resort, prepare for this awful room that I'm about to spend a good minute or so in.
Ooh, on the backswing.
Yep.
Getting caught by the little bubble.
Yeah, it's a real trick trying to get past that one.
Jose is fighting the wind in that portion of this part of the summit. It seems to be going on to this other longer room where you have to guide this block all the way through.
Yeah.
It's kind of precise, but it looks like got through just fine.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more technical rooms, I think, out of the A sides, where you have to really chain together a handful of things pretty precisely if you want to get through.
Yeah. Another block escort room as well, where you can't even move this one block, so you just have to follow it all the way up. Particularly difficult if you want to get the strawberry as well. You have to kind of go out of your way, but still follow it.
One takes a particularly difficult path through there.
And then with the backdraft wind, is actually I find this one of the more fun rooms just because you're able to like go super fast, have the wind kind of carry you through some of the obstacles.
Generally a lot less dangerous when you've got the backdraft instead of like a headwind coming at you.
José using a hyperdash to skip some of those blocks, but did not end up working in the end.
So, there we go.
Trying again and making it this time.
It's interesting seeing CJ doing the little pilotable blocks at the same time as José right next to him. All right, as José gets to the last room of, was this 2,000 meters, I believe?
I believe so. I don't actually remember the numbers. I just know them.
The worst part,
names.
The worst part too is it's like, okay, so what are the? Actually, I guess it does line up with the actual level numbers because reflection is at 0 meters technically. So
that's true.
Level 1 then goes to 500, and so yeah, 2,500 meters as José is taking a back road through the beginning.
Grab this bubble that will actually take you further into the temple.
Yes.
So, and go through a secret path up top.
And there we go. Drops you back down here. Continuing on. As I'm getting to the end of the Celestial Resort.
There's another timing challenge at the end of Celestial Resort.
Yeah.
I think you actually were able to just barely miss a bubble due to some hitbox weirdness. It seemed like very closely you actually hit one of the fuzzies, but the hitbox didn't overlap just enough. So
there's definitely a couple spots where it's like, did that make sense? Was that supposed to? Okay, I'm not going to ask questions. I'm just going to go with it. As I go up to the 2,000 meters, the Golden Ridge, while José is making his way.
Gets this key. This is also a key where you can hit start over and get to the start of the room, so opposed to climbing down.
Oh, yeah.
Also a very difficult one if you accidentally do that with the Golden Strawberry, because that's all the way through. You have to do Golden Strawberry the entirety of Summit.
Oh, my God.
So it sends you all the way back down to 0 meters.
Jeez, that would be a pretty devastating one.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, so the Golden Strawberries don't appear on your first playthrough, correct?
That's correct. You have to beat all A and B sides for them to pop up, along with the C sides will also pop up then as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would definitely good that does not that does not appear on your first playthrough, because that would be a pretty awful, even by accident. At that point, it's like you see if you collect a Golden Strawberry, just immediately take it, like start over. Just don't even.
Yeah. It's not even useful. I would say all the Golden Strawberries except for one are at the beginning of the level, so you have to make that choice.
Yes.
Level 1's Golden Strawberry is actually at the end, and it is a winged strawberry, which we've seen a couple of those. Those strawberries will go away if you dash.
Yeah.
Which requires the level 1 Golden to not only be deathless, but also dashless.
Yes. Huge challenge. I think I spent several hours doing that for a stream once. I did get it. I was very happy that we actually managed to get there. I was
very good
on the brink of giving up literally on the last room of it, but we pulled through. All right, we got José reaching the end of the Mirror Temple at 2,500 meters on his way. Ooh. Oh, that's not so good.
Quite. All the way to the bottom of this very tall room.
This one takes some time to get through in the first place, even just on your first try. All right. As I'm making my way, continuing through the Golden Ridge. I think I'm getting close-ish to the last room of this one as well. Yeah, there we go. Last room of
there's
Golden
last
Ridge. There we go. As José moves on to the final challenge of the summit, 3,000 meters. So this, as we were talking about before, the mechanics of this change a little bit. So the peak at 3,000 meters only really has, I think, 6 distinct rooms, but as you're seeing, José grabbed the 29 flag. Those count down from 30 to 1, and each of those serves as your checkpoint instead. So if you die somewhere rather than going to the start of the room, which are massive at the summit, you just go to the most recent flag that you would hit. So it's
and
very
they're divided
important to
into 3 sort of sections. I believe it's 3. So this section is what's called the downdraft section. So you see the wind on the screen is actually blasting Jose down, which will mess up with your jumps and your up dashes. So you have to be careful about that. Later on, we'll be running into an updraft section where it's almost as if gravity has been turned down a bit. So you're going to be jumping a lot higher. And then the final section is just normal.
All right, up to flag 24. There we go.
And Rick is going through the Mirror Temple, hopping down to get into the bubble to get that last key.
Ooh, a little bit of misfire in the red bubble there.
CJ's still fighting some wind toward the end of Golden Ridge.
Yeah, a lot of wind mechanics as the game goes on.
Always difficult to kind of manage yourself through. A lot of runners consider the wind mechanic to be one of the more annoying mechanics of the game to fight against.
It's just such a limiting factor, and if you're off by even a little bit, then it really does mess up your movement, mechanics.
Definitely.
This overhang at the 20 flag is is sort of a little tricky one, because you need to essentially get into each of these overhangs with 1 dash apiece if you want to make it to the little recharge crystals there.
And just a straight shot up to flag 19 and the updraft section.
Alrighty. I am slowly gaining on Jose over time here, but the question is if it's going to be enough before.
In this room with that Rick just got through, there's actually a way to skip activating those doors.
Really?
Commonly known as door skip. It's one of those things that you must do in order for your run to be quote unquote not actually valid, but it's a skip that doesn't save a lot of time, but it's always just fun to do and always fun to see. People,
nice.
It's a de facto requirement if you ever make it through that room.
Gotcha. Okay. As Jose now halfway through the flags of the peak at 3,000 meters into the 14 flag.
Rick making it right to the summit, to flag 30.
And this is that stamina section I was talking about earlier, where it seems to be barely getting through those spikes. It seems like it's virtually impossible not to be winding down your stamina as you get to that flag. It seems to be like the only real section of the game where that comes into play to that degree.
Just being able to manage that stamina and knowing what you can do while you're still flashing is very important. Again, wall jumps will not take up your stamina. There's actually a way to do a single wall jump without using your stamina called a neutral wall jump that you can actually still gain height with. It is very difficult. It requires some deft joystick maneuvering, so you can keep gaining height while also going back to the wall that you came from. But it is possible.
All right. We're now crossing just past the 1 hour mark. Jose getting to the 9 flag, myself getting to the 24 flag. CJ in the Golden Ridge, making his way closer to the end of that stage. You see after the 22 and the 7 on the flags. So currently
7 is one of the last sections before the final climb to the peak.
Yes. I want to say the 7 or the 6 flag is the last portion of the updraft section too. All right, we got 6 with the feather. Nice little jump up to that cloud from there. As Jose gets to 5, skipping the 5 flag.
There are a couple flags you can skip that actually technically take a little bit more time to kind of get through. But it's the risk of if you die, you have to go back further.
Right, yeah, and I suppose skipping the 5 flag is not the end of the world. It's not exactly difficult to get from 6 to 5 in the first place, but it is a little bit time-consuming. And with the race tightening up as much as it is, you definitely don't want to be sent back more than 1 flag if you can avoid it.
Exactly. So Rick is now hitting flag 16.
16, 15.
And those were really pretty close together.
14, yeah. Some of them are extremely, extremely tight together. As Jose gets to the number 2 flag.
Final clap. Oh, and takes a short dive, but was able to start pretty quickly afterwards.
I think he's about to the section with the little one block brambles that are kind of there that need to be kind of jumped diagonally around. Oh, I guess he's actually past that already. Here we go to the one flag, the final ascent. Here we go. You hear that music kind of drop out. There's the cold mountain air.
It's always... I'll let this happen.
There we go.
All right, here we go.
The final time
final cutscene
for Jose was 1 hour 2:28. Very nice.
18 minutes on that one chapter, but that is a very good time to kind of get through. As I was saying, like one of my best times is around 55 minutes, so around an hour is about what you're looking for.
I'm trying to remember. Jose had mentioned what his best sum of segments was building up to this, and I want to say he was at 10. Oh God, I'm trying to remember. I think he was saying 110, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Was his previous sum of segments?
That's a good savings.
Yeah, a pretty solid PB for him. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think my own sum of segments before this was about 108. And as we're coming down to flag 4, every time I hit flag 4, I start moving right, and I'm like, right, binoculars, stay away.
Yeah, the binoculars are helpful if you don't know the level. They kind of give you a good overview of what you're about to do. But if you know what you're doing, you can just kind of go right ahead.
Yeah, you're just going to skip past it and go.
And unfortunately, with the speedrun we see on Jose's screen, since you're not getting any strawberries, you have kind of a sad pie at the end of it. But a
very
quick
bready pie.
Time to kind of make up for it.
Yeah, I believe when you have all of the strawberries, you have a much more incredible looking pie at the end of it. Oh.
Yeah, it looks very delicious. If you see the cutscene, also the people do actually comment on how many strawberries you've collected, so
nice.
It's a little bit sad at the end when people are like, "I've only got 0 strawberries." But
oh my goodness! Here we go. Myself getting up to the 1 flag. Our final ascent here as well. Getting that music dropping in again. There we go. Final time of, once it comes up, 104.07, a little under 104.08.
Only a minute and a half difference right there.
So at this point, I'm going to let Steve take a little break for what's left of the run, since we're shifting over now from my and Jose's kind of very novice speed runs through the game. Over back to focusing on CJ, who is doing this entirely blind. This is not something that he had played before. The day of, for practice, he kind of took a quick swing at a little chunk of the summit, but otherwise this is his first go here. So a little bit of context as to the differences in those runs. Even after getting to the end here, CJ was talking about possibly picking the game up himself, probably trying to do a little bit better of his time here. This is actually one of the more interesting kind of rooms here in Golden Ridge that CJ is kind of struggling with, because it's one of the earlier examples of some really tight required platforming to get this done, where you have to kind of land on this platform and then immediately dash to the side to be able to get the button down below. But then you have to land this red cloud, launch back up, and then you kind of have a few different options here. You can either dash into the blue bubble, which will then shoot you, either right or at an angle, but either way you can shoot out of that onto the actual arrow block to go over to the side. Or if you lined up just right, you can actually just grab the block without the blue bubble. It's not really like a time save, since you're going to be waiting for the block to make it to the side anyway, but as you can see, it's a little bit tricky between just getting the timing of the red cloud down and here we go. Let's see, is this the one? Oh no. But as you can see, he's just about got it here. This is kind of one of those doubly tricky challenges because the wind is really strong against you. You can actually see at the start of each return to the beginning of the room here that it's a struggle just to even get any movement to the side at all without dashing. So you have to really pace how you're moving around, how you're getting through there. If you want to do it quickly, then that's great. You can use your dashes, but if you wind up kind of using it too early, going off the side, you could find yourself in trouble here. And there we go. So we're now over to the next room, where CJ is fending himself off from the snowballs. As you can see there, they're a little bit tricky. If you're not quite ready for them, then they can be kind of a pain. As mentioned earlier, they're very similar to the bullet bills from classic Super Mario Bros. On the NES, which, almost. Which in a few levels, I think usually third stages of a given world, would fire at, in some cases at random heights, in some cases it would wind up being the height that Mario's at. Either way, a pretty big challenge. I want to say either for the Lost Levels or... yeah, I think it was Lost Levels. There is actually a stage full of bullet bills where rather than having one bullet bill fire... Actually, you know what? No, I'm sorry. I think I'm thinking Super Mario World. Rather than having bullet bills fire like one at a time at a given height, it instead had like 5 or 6 that would all fire at various heights and along different horizontal placements going up too, and like it's a huge mess, and it's kind of scarier looking than it actually is, because for the most part you're going to be in the middle of the screen and not having to worry about it, but it's still an interesting look. It's a very dynamic kind of thing there. Alright, so we're navigating the 4 springboards up and on top. Fantastic. Siege getting it done. Excellent, excellent. The bounces off the snowballs are very interesting because the timing can feel a little bit off. You have a little bit... the hitbox for where you can land and then jump off of it is actually a little bit lower than you might expect. It's not quite on the very top. Like, you don't have to drop down onto it necessarily. If you hit that front corner, then you can come at it with some horizontal velocity and not have to worry about dying to it. I'd be very curious to see how many speedruns have a pathing strategy that involves like landing on the snowballs at a certain point, because there's definitely so because it's all timing based, right? So it's coming at recurring intervals. It's going to change a little bit if you die in the room. Like, the point at which a snowball is going to show up is going to be different based off of that versus if you come into the room successfully and immediately start dashing across. So I'd be very interested to see how like an official speed run generally deals with these snowballs, or do they usually just ignore them? I suppose that's a possibility too, that they just kind of try to dodge around and not bother with them, since they might be if you're not working off of optimal strats, like if you're not optimally timing stuff, or rather you're off by a frame or two from what you're used to, then you might find yourself smashing into a snowball where you weren't otherwise if you were relying on them for speed. So this is Celeste, as you can see, our final event of the second games. Welcome at this point to the full-length uncut version of the event. For the sake of the original event, we decided to go with a kind of abbreviated version that showed off the 2 runs that were very close together, and then with Siege having a blind run, we decided, all right, let's kind of fade that out. We'll show off his summit run at some point in a video as well, and then we'll have a version that has all of it together as one big thing. So that's where we are now, checking out the full run. Still quite a bit of challenge left to go, as we're here in Golden Ridge, and we still have the Mirror Temple, we still have Reflection, and then of course the Summit, which, if you've been following our bonus videos for the second games, The Snow Must Go On, then you'll know more or less how the Summit goes. But for those just joining us, we'll be following all the action right here. Another part of the reason we did the abbreviated version, aside from being, a little bit more interesting and being able to kind of commentate, or have Steve rather, to commentate on, some of the speedrun strats or attempted speedrun strats between the 2 runs. We also felt a little bit cruel to have him sit down and be like, "Hey, we're gonna do like basically a day-long commentary. I hope you're ready for that." So I hope he doesn't mind terribly that this part is going solo, but I think this is going to be a little bit more. I think it'll be kind of an interesting. Ooh, almost had that one. Had to flip around and grab the left side of the wall there. be able to commentate a little bit on CJ's run. So obviously for all three of these runs, I was present as the person who had to record these. I did my run first to make sure that I wasn't taking any strats off of anyone else's runs. Ooh, the wind really messed him there. Ugh, close one. And so, yeah, obviously I was here for CJ's run as well as José's. José obviously knew exactly like what he was doing, where he was going. CJ at times needed a little bit of kind of a just general like, oh, yeah, that's generally where you want to go. In some areas, you'll see with the Mirror Temple in particular, that can be kind of a maze. And rather than having a lot of guesswork in addition to that, we decided to like, all right, let it be, you know, the fastest version of a blind speed run. As CJ gets to the end of Golden Ridge, and as we are now at 1 hour, 14 minutes and change into his run, even picking up a strawberry at the very end there. I forget if that's the same strawberry that I grabbed on mine. Both CJ and myself inadvertently grabbed one strawberry on our way through, and then, you know, carried that through to the finish. And José managed to dodge all of these strawberries. Regardless, one strawberry does not improve the quality of said bready pie. So hashtag bready runs. So here we are in the Mirror Temple. CJ navigating around, doing a little spelunky action here. Getting a little squat dash. I think that might be the... No, there's another one later. I think there's only 2 required squat dashes in the entire game, and I believe they're both in the Mirror Temple. Where is the other one? As I say that, I'm now just like, wait a minute. There's a pretty useful optional one in the old site that you can use to get past one of the segments that's got 3 battle-ins, and I believe that was in José's run, and I don't believe that I used that one. And yes, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, both required squat dashes are going to be in here. The other one coming, I think, shortly after the second key door. I'll have to remember as we get through here. I definitely had like a vague idea of the ordering of you know, all the rooms and things, but as you can see, I don't have the overall layout memorized, whereas anyone that's doing like pro level, you know, especially sub 30, but probably anybody that's doing like sub 50 runs of this game are going to have essentially every stage completely laid out, you know, in their heads, and being able to recall how every single area connects to one another. It's actually kind of interesting. So when I started working on some of the post-production, I guess you could say, for this event, for the original version of it, I wound up looking up maps, essentially, because I was like, all right, I want to, for, as you can see, that little middle line there that's showing progress, you can see the Tierra de los Hermanos hook flag on the far right. Imperium Ludum is there, though it's kind of buried underneath the Tierra flag, since you know, at end of game, you know, the Tierra flag was, you know, representing first place. But as you can see, so like every time, you know, we cross into another room, that flag is going to move. And so I was like, all right, I should take a look at some maps and like see if I can get an idea of how many rooms are in each stage. Follow the... there's the second one right there. It actually didn't look like he did a dash there. That was very interesting. But yeah, I wanted to see, like, okay, so is there, you know, an easy reference on rooms, essentially? And the answer wound up surprisingly being no. Like, I was very much expecting, like, oh, okay, it'll be... there'll be some map that's got like a white line or something, or a dotted, you know, perforation-looking thing that indicates where one room starts and another one ends. And there was none of that. It looked like maps you might see for like Sonic the Hedgehog, where it's just the complete level, pixel perfect stitched together, and with no indication of where one room ends and another one begins. And, like, I probably could have walked through and gone, oh, this is that room that does that. Oh, this is that room that does that. But, like, it really wasn't working out when I tried doing that. I was like, I'm just gonna actually walk through this. And so essentially what I wound up doing was I started with my own because I wanted to get post-production going as soon as possible. We didn't even have a second run in yet, and I was already like, all right, I got to figure some of these things out because this is going to take probably the longest time to pull together. Strictly speaking, I mean, if we're looking at a full event, when we did Sonic Mania, the first games, we did the whole thing as one big video. Granted, I was also the solo commentator for that, and that does make it a little bit easier, and we didn't really have like a middle line style progress bar. Also, if I had thought about it, I would have made the progress bar look... so the design of this progress bar is meant to look something like... so when you pause the game, at the bottom of the screen, there's a little set of dotted lines and pipes that indicate chapter breakdowns within a given level, as well as how many strawberries are in a given spot. And so I was like, all right, that seems like a fun little... I'll use that. So I used that as kind of the model for the progress bar. And I think that kind of ties it in together. A lot of folks were saying they didn't actually realize... I forget what prompted people to notice, but I think it might have been during the Celeste event itself, that people in the comments hadn't noticed that the overlays we've been using for like time and score and all of those things, and like names and showing details was actually literally the good recovery by CJ, but I couldn't quite get that one in there. What was I going to say? But the overlays that show time and points and names and all that are literally the overlay here in Celeste. You can see that kind of... It's a little dark right now, so it's not super clear, but you will be able to see... Oh, that shortcut, by the way, that we just passed a moment ago. All three runners wound up using it. That was one where CJ, rather than, pushing him to try to figure out a maze blind where there's a million different ways to run his strawberries, pretty much was like, there is a shortcut in here. I won't tell you how to get to it, but there is a shortcut in here somewhere. And he did figure that out entirely on his own, so kudos to Mr. CJ. But yeah, the current timer that's going on up there, you can see not very well. You'll see it in a brighter room later, but it's basically just kind of like a neat little slanted block. Very simple, straightforward, font. Renegare, I believe, is the font. I don't know if that was the font before the game came out, but that's certainly the font now. And I really like it. It's a very sharp, classy-looking font. I like it quite a bit, and I think I even used it in one or two things in the lead-up to the second games, partly because I liked it, and partly because I was like, I wonder if anyone's going to notice. And it's interesting, there are so many times where people, especially in our Discord, have been able to predict stuff with almost no information at all. Like, for example, we did the... oh boy, was it the Super Nintendo Classic? I think it was the Super NES Classic Edition, maybe the NES Classic Edition. And we had a plan for something we wanted to do at the very end of it, and literally... we put up the unboxing video, and someone called straight up the entire plan. And I was just like, how is that possible? We've given no information, and they just figured that out. And yet for this one, we were using an overlay that not only was it inspired by Celeste, it's literally in the same... When it's on the left side, unless there's some element of the game UI that's sitting there normally, it's literally in the same position as that timer, using the same font sizes, the same colors, the same kerning a lot of the time. We literally exactly mimic the timer when we're using it as a timer, and nobody guessed it. I was very surprised by that. I thought that was for sure going to be like the dead giveaway. Granted, there are people who were looking at the little circular icons, the little event icons from the like trailer for it. And there were a few people who were like, that kind of looks like Celeste, right? Like, that looks like the mountain from Celeste. And it was. It's literally the logo for Celeste in silhouette. But nobody really mentioned it again after that. including so using the font and literally the overlays from this game in all 16 events. I guess technically, oh no, I suppose I was gonna say technically we don't use any overlays for it here, but I think we do, right? I think we have the names in the corners ultimately. But there was all of that, and I think a day before the original upload, the original like hour 20-ish upload, the abbreviated version had, and I guess still technically in this video as well, but like we had announced ahead of time that Steve was going to be co-commentating on that. I guess technically we announced that he was commentating. I don't think we actually announced that I was going to be in there as well, because realistically, Steve was the important commentator of the event during the more intense speedrunning portion of it. He knows what he's talking about. I do not. If I did, I would have probably had a slightly better time. But I don't think anybody, like, people noticed that Steve was going to commentate and were like, hey, Steve's commentating. But I don't think anyone actually was like, oh, if Steve's commentating, that's probably Celeste. It's so strange, the stuff that winds up being dead giveaways on our channel and things that don't are wild. Anyway, we're now in kind of the trickier section here, where we've got these little demon things that hound Madeline on her way through the Dark Temple. It's a tricky little mechanic. I think all three of us had varying levels of difficulty with it, where we just like couldn't get one of them to behave, or like just one of them just happened to just keep barely nailing us as we're trying to get by. And it wound up being like a whole thing there, but that's okay. I love a good game with some challenge. I'm sure that there's optimal strats on how to, like, frame perfect navigate through rooms where the little demon guys are kind of baited into, useful positions where you can, bounce off of them to set up a new, like, combo or whatever. Oof. Oh no. Rough one there for Siege. This is kind of interesting, too. This little section that he's in strikes me as kind of odd in its own way, because it's the only section of the game I can think of that really feels like kind of the same. This one's a little different, but the few that come before it feel like the same room, like 3 or 4 times in a row. And it's just very kind of surprising. Like, it's a little bit different each time, and arguably a little bit harder each time, but it's kind of the same task over and over again. Which always struck me as a little bit odd, because so much of the rest of the game, every room feels like unique and distinct from one another. But that section feels like, all right, we're gonna like really test your ability to do this a couple times. So that was always kind of surprising to me. Trying to take care of my voice a little bit better. So, I've talked about this since the original video came out, but earlier in the week from the day that, I guess the night, the evening, that Steve and I recorded our commentary for the first hour and a quarter of this, like that Monday or Tuesday, I was suffering from the early stages of a sinus infection, and at the time, it was mostly just like, oh man, the left side of my head feels like it's on Jupiter right now. Like, it's killing me. It's sore. I was so congested and like so much pressure, and I couldn't do anything about it, and I was miserable. And then Tuesday comes around, same thing. And I think on Wednesday or Thursday of that week, I think it might have been Wednesday, or Friday, actually, now that I think about it, because Thursday I probably would have been streaming, but regardless, Steve and I sit down and we do our commentary for a little under an hour and a half, and you can actually hear, a few folks were commenting on the fact that they can actively hear me start to lose my voice doing the commentary. As it turns out, if you're suffering from any kind of throat throat-based or throat-adjacent ailment, don't go pushing your voice by speaking for an hour and a half at a time, or you could devastatingly lose your voice. The follow-ups to that wound up being some... oh god, what was it? Kirby Star Allies, episodes 26 to 28, in which you can hear me dramatically losing my voice. Actually, I'm sorry, that came second. First up was 3 episodes of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where my voice sounded super deep and super cool, and I was doing like the shock jock radio voice thing, and it was great, and I apparently pushed it too far, because by the time we did 3 episodes of Star Allies, I could barely speak at all. And this was followed by about a week of me not being able to speak basically even a little bit. And I'm only just coming out of it by the time of the last couple episodes of, I think, Kirby Battle Royale. So you get that in kind of 3 backwards progressions there. So CJ's in this mean little section here where the game kind of points you in the wrong direction. Like, you hop up and over, and then you can go to the right here, and that can lead you to the strawberry. But if you're not looking for the strawberry, it just kind of like, come on, jump, you can do it. There we go. It just kind of points you away from... So this is interesting. We mentioned before that, so you see, CJ still has the key here. It's not useful in this room because you still have to climb and get out of there, but if you do that in the Celestial Resort, during that long horizontal segment, the really narrow jumps where there's a key on the far left side, and then you got to go up into the ceiling and the rafters to go back around. If you just take a dive, or even just pause and retry the room, you'll just be back at the beginning of the room with your key. So it's a nice little time skip there, which is pretty nice. It's CJ going for his second key, passing by the optional alternative key that José used in his run. CJ getting sniped by the little demon man as he crosses 1 hour and 30 minutes, 90 minutes into this run as we continue on forward. So the marathons are always an interesting kind of thing when we bring them up. Usually we do them as marathon streams, but for stuff like the games, we decided, we did Sonic Mania once, which was variably between, an hour and a half to 3 hours, I think. And this one's got a little bit more variance in its times overall. CJ now swinging back around to the left, to the underside of where he got the first key, as this is where the second key is going to reside, or rather the path to the second key. The second key lives right next to the first one. All right. Using this... Nope, not using the springboard. Just going forward up the wall. Scaling the wall instead of using the springboard to get up there. And as I had mentioned earlier with Steve, here's like the one spot in the game, at least in A-sides, where you do have to use... If you come this way, like, you could optionally do the path that José used and not encounter this at all. But as you can see, the little demon will target, or will activate the button. So this is the one spot where once you come down this path anyway, you have to use a demon guy to activate the button. You do not have the option of doing it yourself. There's all those brambles there. I suppose it's hypothetically possible if the hitboxes have a gap similar to the ones in the Celestial Resort during the fuzz wall. I don't remember what it was called, but there is hypothetically the possibility that that there's a crouch dashable thing there. As you can see, the wall comes down and covers up our little demon friend. So once you get that, you're in the clear. It does also mean that you're going to need to do that one second. I'm pretty sure there's spikes that are in the way from the left side of the room, so you can't just then jump up to get to the one on the right. So you would have to do that one second if you wanted to be able to, if you wanted to be able to get through that room. All right, the like little tendril things here weird me out because they almost look like giant versions of the little fuzz tendrils from the Celestial Resort, but they're kind of like, I don't know, it's almost like demon seaweed. It's kind of hard to describe what it looks like to me, but it's like little flagella just wobbling around. Dying on the same patch here from the opposite side. CJ getting around, now has the other key, so he'll be able to go and get the red bubble to careen off to the left. So far, I have not actually tried. Apparently, there is a hyper jump means of skipping all of this, which sounds pretty great to me. I am told that it is I'm told, Steve, I think, mentioned it earlier in the run, that yeah, it's an extremely difficult, like, hyper jump situation. I guess you would have to, yeah, that seems like an extremely difficult one to pull off. I'm not even entirely sure what you'd be bouncing off of to get that one done right, but I don't know, maybe, I don't know. You might have to do like a corner jump or something. Like the jump off of like a corner where there's spikes. But I guess maybe if you angle it the right way, you can make it work. I don't know. Oof. This one's a kind of a fun room. You do have to kind of carefully navigate down and then back up. And this one has a pretty solid use of the dash blocks here. Oof, and it is tricky because if this demon guy gets up top here, it can be very tough to... Oh, no. It can be very tough to not have him dash at you as you're setting up the launch off of that dash block. All right, setting it up. Oop. Alrighty. Just need to down dash and we'll be in the clear. There we go. All right, up we go. Another vertical climb with another demon. This one, if you don't move fast, can be a little bit of a pain. Like, you have enough leeway that you can get up there quickly without the demon being in your face. But if you take too much time, like, he's just kind of all up in your business, and it can be sort of difficult to actually navigate, because you have to dive sort of back and forth there to make that work, and if he's on top of you at the same time, it can be kind of a problem. All right, so this hallowed room... This one is the big pain where if you just kind of fall off your rhythm, you can spend a weirdly long time here. So you don't have to break this lower one, though if you break the lower one, there's a springboard underneath that can be useful to getting yourself in position. The biggest trouble that I tend to have here is that it's sort of just a big square room. So there's not a, like, it's weird. It's big, but it's a little congested. There's not a lot of, like, good active zones here. So our little demon friend has a lot of places he can go where you would think, oh, he'll be able to charge at this, but he doesn't. And if he hovers right here, that makes it also difficult where, like, now you have to kind of, like, line it up in just the right way and, like, make sure the demon doesn't, like, dive out of the way. Make sure you don't jump on the demon like that. Hits you, that's not great, though. The block does stay, the bottom block stays gone. I don't think the top one does. I think the top block will come back if you die, and I'm really not sure why that is. I'm not positive why one stays and one goes, and it's not a consistent behavior between the two. Because there were definitely times where either Jose or myself, or maybe both actually, got the block, the block on the top left taken care of, and then still died, and so we had to reopen it again after that. But, ooh, bad beat on that. Alright, CJ looking to get this red block out of his face. And that's worse, too, if you're hugging onto it. So that's like the worst case scenario here is you wind up being on the wall, knocking out the demon, and there's the block, and now it's back. Yep. You knock out the demon, while you're on the wall, he drops straight down, so then when he comes back, he just kind of hovers up in your direction, and then tries to dive at you, just missing the block. So you have to, like, peel yourself off the block, but then kind of lead him back to it. It's a much more difficult kind of set of maneuvers than it looks like, and I think that's kind of what gets a lot of folks kind of stuck there. Alright. I think for mine I tried to, like, stay up near the top as best I can and then drop down. But there's a lot of different techniques. I'm sure there's better techniques than the ones that I was using. Oh, that one sucked because it looked like it bounced off of Madeline and then into the red block. which makes that a little bit of a extra little dagger twist. All right. Here we go. This might be it. All right, sweet. And all we got to do is get up top there. Oof. Just got to climb. Use those shimmer barriers to your advantage. Go, 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 go. Don't let up. Don't let up. Yes. There we go. All right. Okay, so got to grab Theo. There we go. And we're off to the final leg of this very long level. This level, it's like... It can be done very quickly, but it's got a lot of, like, decently segmented out bits that all have kind of their own vibe to them. This one, and I guess they all do to an extent, but I feel like it's much more noticeable in this level than in others. Like the Reflection also has some, like, very distinct stuff, especially once you're fighting Battlein. Golden Ridge kind of has slightly different areas with the wind blowing at different intensities. Obviously, the summit is like entirely made up of just a ton of segments, but I don't know. I think this one it's the first point where it's like really striking that there's a big difference between some of these segments. Remember, my chair has suddenly come very loose, and that makes me very sad. Not entirely sure what's going on there. I have a GT racing chair, and I'm looking forward to getting rid of it. I actually really don't like this chair. It might be a better chair for someone, 80 pounds lighter than me. Like, I'm not horrendously overweight, but, like, there's not a whole lot of seat to this seat, if you catch my drift. I don't know. Anyone out there who's like 150 pounds or less, though, you're probably all for it. This is probably a great chair. It was like the top-rated chair, and I was so excited for it. And then I used it, and I was like, I don't know. But I digress. We have some interesting... So this jump right here is kind of strange to me, because, like, you can make it while just carrying Theo, but, like, it's such a near-pixel-perfect jump to make. It's easier to throw him. Even still, like, that feels kind of awkward too, and I don't know. Also, you might be noticing that for CJ's run, he's spending most of his time... So, this may be something that most people do, and I'm, like, the weird one for not doing it, but... So, CJ tends to do his run... Or tends. It's only one run that he's done. For his run... Oh, so close. For his run, he opted to basically not be holding grab until the moment where he wanted to start grabbing onto walls, or I guess Theo as well. Whereas for me, I'm spending most of the game holding one of the trigger buttons just to grab in case of like a missed jump or something. There's obviously segments where you want to not be doing that, but ooh, wow, almost threw the demon right into him. Oh no! Ah. But yeah, I spend most of my time. I don't think I actually, polled Jose to see how he does it. But this door, this one's a little interesting because you have to like sweet little switcheroo with the devil there. But you have to kind of throw Theo. You can either dash and then very quickly pick up Theo and dive through the door, or you can like throw Theo and then dash him as soon as you can afterwards. And just kind of get him through there as soon as the door is open. But I don't. You can also. So for mine, I didn't throw him through the little spikes. I put him onto the platform and then sent the platform up. Okay, so that's something. Little demon guys on the other side. All right. Go, go, go. Ah, not quite. Almost snuck through there at the end. Yeah, so I usually just threw him onto the platform because it was going to launch him up, and it seems like they designed it as being you can kind of go either way with it. It just felt easier than having to worry about, like, if I messed up the throw and then was up top and had to navigate back around and, like, pick it up to try again. It's just easier to throw it onto the dash block and then not worry about it, All right. You really don't get much time with the little demon guy being dead before he's good and active again. Like, it's just a short enough time. You can't really plan out any, like, meaningful, like, okay, now that he's dead, I can blah. It's like, no, you're just gonna be like, all right, he's dead, quick, let's do a thing. I'm curious if you can crush Theo on the top of that door. Like, if you put him on the top and then dash, what would happen to Theo? I have to imagine it'd be the same as throwing Theo off a cliff, like that, actually. And that it would cost a life. Not a life, but it would reset the room. But I guess I don't really know for sure. Trying to fix this chair on the fly, but it's a no-go. I'm gonna have to live with it. It's okay. At some point, 20 minutes from now, I'm just gonna suddenly scream out in pain as the chair arm gives way, and I just kind of mash my elbow into the side of this. All right, so we are coming down to this might be the last room before the giant eye. I think this is the last one. Right? Oof. Almost. Come on, CJ, you got this. Oh, that little jump there, because you got to make those two jumps pretty quickly. I believe you can go up and around, though it is a little bit slower. Oof. And I don't think any of us actually tried. It might have been a little bit easier since you actually have, like, the fallback of if something goes wrong, you just kind of, bounce down to the lower path and then go from there. There we go. Go. All right. Yes, here we go. We have made it. We are here at the final segment of the Mirror Temple, where these optic blasts, these concussive waves being sent out, are knocking Madeline and Theo backwards. Now, if you time it exactly right, you can actually... Oh, is he gonna... There we go. Nice. Hour 45 and 30 as we get through the Mirror Temple and head off to Reflection. You can throw Theo and then kind of dash, like do a little like dash, jump, grab all at once. And the end result is that you get at least a couple extra frames. It seems anyway. You get a couple frames where those optic concussive waves don't actually have an impact on Madeline. I don't know how much the effect is. It seems like it's kind of tricky to get it just right, but I'd be intrigued if there was an actual pattern that could be used to further minimize the blowback there. So CJ trying out the feather for the first time. All right. Getting ready to... Yeah, there we go. Heading upward. Now, if you time that one just right, if you make extremely tight turns, going through the little S-curve zone, you can actually reach this upper feather without using the lower one, and that saves you a bit of time there. Because these ones you actually have to dash through in order to... There we go. In order to get the feather. If you don't, you just kind of bounce off the bubble. And these ones, as we can see, we do not need to do that. Let's grab the feather and go. Oop. Oh, no. You got this. There we go. Oh, might need to grab that one again. Up into the Aurora Borealis. All right, and now we get to the level proper, now that we've gotten through our little prologue section. Into the water below. So I believe that is the end result of us falling from essentially the near summit of Celeste Mountain. Oof. Which is based off of a real mountain in Canada, I forget where, called Mount Celeste. which is approximately, I think, a little under half the height of the fictional version in this game. I believe it's somewhere in the ballpark of 1,500 meters. All right, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, we're going to need to hit the block on the top in order to send it upwards and move on to the next area. I am surprised that it seems like momentum doesn't really carry through much in this next room. Because if you, like, jump off of that, I mean, it's probably for the best, because if you had momentum, you would almost certainly go directly into the spikes, but it's interesting that it doesn't really carry through there. Because it seems like you have at least a little bit of momentum carry from one room to another otherwise. Or I guess you at least have... Yeah, I don't know. It does seem like you do keep... It does seem like you do keep your speed as you go from one room to the next. So I'm not really... Almost made it back down on that too, actually. Not bad, not bad. Getting those spikes. There we go. Can we get around here? So the game wants you generally to take this block around to the right, and then up, and then left. And it gives you forgiving enough like collision here, right there. It gives you a decent window of time to hit it on the top to go up, etc. But as we saw, I believe, in José's run, you can actually, if you hit right and then almost immediately right there, I was already late even in just saying it there. Nice, there we go. If you hit it when it's directly under those purple spikes, you can actually hit it on the top and it'll go up through the spikes, and you can ride it for, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a second or so, and get a jump and dash from there to get into this room here, saving yourself probably a good, like, 2, maybe 3 seconds. I'm sure there's documentation as to exactly how much of a time save each of the various little, in-room skips are worth, or are capable of, I suppose. One of the more difficult aspects, as CJ is seeing here, of using the feather is that it's interesting. The feather controls extremely well. It's surprisingly tight controls, not because Celeste itself doesn't have tight controls, but because the rest of the game doesn't really use... So you can dash in any direction to a certain degree. I think there's a certain number of, like, cardinal points that you can dash to, but it's pretty good at giving you lots and lots of options. When it comes to the feather, it seems like it's almost a full free range of motion there. And it'd be easy for a game to kind of mess that up a little bit in the transition between the two. Because when you're not dashing and when you're not using the feather, you are basically just using... You could use the D-pad or the stick and see no difference in terms of what you're actually pulling off. And so... almost. But so the feather controls very well, but you do need to do some really tight turning radius moves in some spots here to get through, as CJ takes the slightly faster path to get into the next room. He's looking up, seeing all these spikes. We got some work to do. All right, you can see the wheels turning on this one. All right, so we got to do a little bit faster in order to get on top of that. There we go. Oof. Narrow little scrape on the spikes there. And a little bit too late, leaving the block a little further left than CJ was looking for there. Almost. Just gotta get that momentum from it slamming into the wall, which is a technique that this stage likes to utilize a lot. There's at least, I think, 2 more sections where you need to use the momentum of those blocks in order to progress. That's kind of your first mandatory one. So you go up and over to try and grab the feather that's here on the bottom left to go to the upper right. All right, so we got that. Up and away we go. This one's also interesting. You have to be almost dead on in order to get up to this platform. It's a surprisingly unforgiving little moment here. Like, I suppose if you focus more on going to the right than you do going up, then you should be able to, like, climb the wall a decent amount to make up that difference, but it still feels like a pretty tight little bit of navigation there. All right, got the first section down, but you're going to have to hit it on the right side again after that block has come down in order to continue moving to the right. All right, that's number 2. Of course, you do have to hang on to the block at that point because that little bit of grass is going to scrape you right off the top. All right, so that's 1. Barely hit on that one. That would have been last frame before the dash ran out. All right, here we go. Here we go. Checking out the right side here. CJ's seeing that he cannot quite get to the end of that. Not even can't quite. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on here that we're about to see as he plows through on this side. Ooh, just barely scrapes those purple spikes as we go for another attempt. All right, so again, this is our second point where you need to use that momentum in order to progress past this room. There we go. All right. Cool. Pressing on forward into reflection. Not bad. All right. What we got here? All right, Siege kind of taking his moment to kind of assess the room, seeing, okay, I got to hit that. Gives you just a little bit of lift there. It's such a tiny amount of difference compared to where you could normally jump that I could see it being a confusing point for a lot of folks who are like, well, why can't I just dash up and over that normally? And in fact, I think if you do a hyper jump off of the off of that top section, you can just barely get enough clearance to then dash up and over rather than using the bottom section, saving you, I don't know, maybe like 2-ish seconds, give or take. I'm curious if there's actually a well, one, I'm curious what the sum of rooms looks like for this game right now, like some of best segments, some of best rooms, and if anyone's kind of been starting to work out like a hypothetical best time, essentially. Best theoretical time. All right, giant pinball room. Got to get up to the right. There we go. And, naturally, these little pinball things that have the electric little zappy things going on alongside them, their element is ice, naturally. If you don't believe me, play Celeste and check out the core level. It's actually the level that you unlock upon clearing the summit, but you do need to have, I believe, 4 hearts in order to actually get into the level. You need to collect 4 crystal hearts from among the A, B, and C sides, or rather the A and B sides. The C sides don't. I think the C sides were added with the Farewell DLC and don't really factor in. Granted, if you can beat the C sides, then there's no reason you should be doing that instead of beating the A and B sides also. But yeah, I suppose you probably could do that to get hearts. And to be fair, the C sides are very short, technically. I've been practicing a little bit since my own run, and I think the first 3 C sides. So I decided, like, okay, I'm kind of trying to get my own sum of segments down in various stuff, and I may as well do that with, B and C sides also, because why the hell not? And for the C sides, I was like, well, technically, so all the C sides are 3 rooms, which means no matter how well I do, the last room is going to be returning me there. So if the only difference is those first 2 rooms for a given C side, I may as well go for the golden strawberry, right? I can redo the first 2 rooms pretty quickly because they're going to be fairly short. and then struggle against the third one. And so the result of that is I've got, sub-minute times for the first 3 seasides and like 1 and change for the fourth because I just got annoyed with trying to golden strawberry it and just like had a particularly good third room, like in terms of, reattempts. But I suppose seasides, like the first 4 seasides, I probably have in under 5 minutes between them. Actually, maybe even under 4 minutes between them. So, like, I guess if you were to do an any percent speed run that didn't stop at the summit like this one does, but rather included the core, or God help you, farewell, I guess a fast way of unlocking what you need to unlock. Well, so for farewell, I think you need 23 crystal hearts or something, right? Like you need basically all of the available crystal hearts. So that's a different story. But if you were also doing core, I feel like the easiest way to do that would be to play through most levels normally. I guess, like Steve was saying, the Mirror Temple is actually faster to unlock and complete the B side rather than beating the A side. And the B sides, I believe, when you beat those, you get a crystal heart as as the thing that ends off the level. So then you just do 1, 2, and 3 C, and you've got your 4 crystal hearts. You don't have to really worry about it anymore, right? So I don't know. That's kind of interesting. I'd be very curious to see how those tend to play out there. All right. Siege continuing on with the blocks, this little back and forth segment. I thought this one was kind of cute. And I'm curious if you squat dash over it, if you do it right, if you can get your dash back in time to just hit the right one instead of having to hit it left and then right again. Not really sure. Alright, getting lined up. Uh-oh. Oof. Pain. Extreme pain. Not CJ's run, just, getting smashed into a giant rock wall. Oof, again. Alright. So it was interesting. I had debated using my own timer overlay. For one, the in-game timer is everything I need it to be. So, like, it didn't make much sense for me to go and, like, reinvent the wheel. But, and as we hit 2 hours, there we go. But as the screen does this little transition to black, it would have been cool to have the timer still be there just for consistency's sake, but it's so not a big deal. But what I find very interesting about that timer is, so if you're playing a 60 frame a second game, which Celeste is, and you're counting milliseconds, strictly speaking, counting milliseconds is a tiny bit redundant because for any given frame, the centiseconds, the hundredths of a second, will always change by 1 or 2. If you are using basic rounding, then the hundredths of a second, so every 6 frames that you're going to have 0 hundredths, 2 hundredths, 3 hundredths, 5 hundredths, 7 hundredths, 8 hundredths, and then you're back to 0 again. So it's very easy to just count hundredths of a second, and in fact, we did that for a handful of our events because it just kind of seemed a little redundant to have thousandths of a second when they weren't actually being like a meaningful addition. There's some spots where we included it in official times just for the hell of it, but so if you were counting 60ths of a second in milliseconds, the way that this game does, what you would expect to see is 0.000, then 0.016, 0.033, 0.050, 0.066, 0.083, and then 0.100, where those hundredth and thousandth place digits just repeat every 6 frames. But that doesn't happen in this game. There seems to be some kind of allocation for dropped frames. It's tough to like really notice when you're playing it, and even when it's moving at full speed. But the next time we get to a screen transition, take a look at the in-game timer, and take a look at. There's actually just a tiny like few frame kind of buffer as the next room presumably loads. I would have to imagine it's doing a quick load on that or something. Like maybe it's enemy placements or whatever, because like the background is consistent, I believe. Like it's still a scrolling background and the sprites are all loaded and stuff too. So like I'm not entirely sure what would be loading, but that's the only thing that makes like any real sense. And you can see right there it froze at 0.779 seconds for a handful of frames. It wasn't very long. It was like, somewhere between 4 to 6 frames. But I think the idea is it's freezing the game in between frames. Like it's got its own calculations, and maybe it's literally making decisions every 1,000th of a second instead of every 60th of a second or something. And when it freezes the screen there, it will often show a non-60th of a second amount. So as we saw, 0.779, right? So that's not an even 60th of a second count. So just looking at that, I would have to assume what's happening is it's making calculations, and then it's like, oh, gotta load stuff, finish whatever this frame needs to do, but cut it off the moment you're done and show whatever time that applies to. And then take a couple frames, load a few things, and then when you're ready, unpause it on the next frame and continue. And then you've got these kind of inexact looking times. Because it's like, all right, your inputs are having 1,000th of a second, impacts on what's going on, but we're only presenting it in 60ths of a second. So you may not necessarily notice that that's going on. So basically that just makes, and I assume when it reloads the room it has a similar effect, but we also don't see the timer for a little bit during that point in time, so it's hard to tell, is it at the beginning, is it at the end, is it throughout? So any kind of displayed timer was not going to be a great call here. Like an added one. The one that you're seeing is in-game. All right, as CJ continues down into the depths, preparing for an encounter with 𝗚𝗓𝗢𝗪. Here we go. Oh, that's right. We're not there yet. We're almost there. We're very, very nearly there. First, we have this little guy. Got our 3 hops, and then we ride it all the way to the right. But it's going to take a second to get that situated. I believe there is a way to hyper jump at just the right time to gain an immense amount of momentum here and skip essentially the second half of this ride. Jose was looking to set one up, but I think misinputted. How the hell would you say that? Wrong. Like his thumb, he was just like pointed down instead of diagonally, basically, and wound up just kind of diving straight down into the pit rather than getting the hyper jump off. And because the room was so long, he opted just not to bother with it on the second try. In case it was going to wind up being like a big time sink, essentially. So here we are, the confrontation with 𝗓𝗛𝗀, the second of 2 real like boss battles in the game. And as mentioned before, this one's a good deal more difficult since you're not just dealing with an enemy that is showing up on the side. Oh, it's hilarious. We have Nintendo Fangirl who commented with Alex Rosenberg on the biathlon earlier in the games, showing up on the online notifications. But so when fighting Mr. Oshiro's ghost, he basically just dives at you, and you can jump on his head. You can kind of duck out of the way. It's not too big of a deal. It's a kind of a passive sort of experience for you, because you're mostly just trying to avoid him as you go on your way to the exit. Here, it's a much more active confrontation. You have to actually aggress on 𝗓𝗛𝗀 in order to allow yourself to continue through the stage, and 𝗓𝗛𝗀 is also attacking back pretty fiercely with lasers and bullets, and you essentially wind up with this little chunk, this boss battle of an almost bullet hell segment mixed in with the kind of indie platformer vibe, which is kind of neat. There's a lot of like indie bullet hell games that exist, but the blending of that with traditional platforming is kind of a fun little thing that you don't see all that much of. Definitely kind of rough. There's more than a few times where you can wind up going for your unlucky squash there. There's more than a few unlucky times where, oh no, the same exact spot. That little block's got his number. There are definitely a few times you go for your dive against, narrowly dodged one there, in fact, where you can go for your attack on 𝗏𝗛𝗏 and wind up diving directly into one of her bullets or one of her lasers. There is a good amount of forgiveness with this game, though. I have noticed that there are times where 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is preparing an energy blast and appears to release it at Madeline, but if you're close enough, you just get pulled into 𝗏𝗏𝗏 for like the event of getting that collision, and it doesn't actually count you as having hit the energy ball, which is great. It actually usually destroys... in fact, that might have been a good example of it right there. It destroys the energy ball also, so pretty forgiving on that front. But otherwise, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is a lot. She's a bit of a handful. All right. Here we go, progressing through, and yeah, one of the bigger lessons that needs to be learned when dealing with this section is knowing when you have to hold back for a quick sec. So the blocks can do their thing, so you don't get squashed. You don't get crushed in all the wreckage. All right, down to a little tiny room. All right, some of the more tight navigating platforming happening here. You got to be a little bit more careful and conscientious of your surroundings. All right, a lot of bullets, Right, that one's an easy spot to get crushed in. That one's one where you definitely have to go back, because I don't think you can actually clear those spikes otherwise. So you have to navigate back or pull off a really, probably extremely pixel-perfect wall bounce off of the falling platforms and then dive to the right to get out of the way. Probably not ultimately all that worth the effort unless you are extremely sure you can pull that off. Right. Here we go. Oh no! Unlucky little spike. Here we go. Oh, get up and up. Oh, heartbreaking. Got stuck on the little stone step. One of being CJ's downfall on that particular run. All right. Here we go. Ooh, unlucky little spike kick on that one, and then falling directly in because of the new spawn point. So yeah, most rooms it's not a huge deal for placement. It's more an issue for time, especially in the Celestial Resort. But for the most part, when you recover in rooms, you're put in a relatively safe spot where you don't really have to worry about instantly dying again. But in some cases, they do put you in slightly weird positions where it can be very easy to just fall right off immediately and be like, oh, well, that's okay. All right, I guess I just insta-died there. I really like this section of the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 fight, where you're kind of doing these, like, it's like a ballet of item collection and movement, where you don't really have the opportunity to stop in place. You're kind of just going with it. It's a kind of a, was it Rayman Origins or Legends that had the little, I think it's a thing that's from further back than that anyway, but these sort of musical platforming segments where you're sort of running and matching the music in order to optimally play those levels, and I think that's kind of a neat thing that they do. This one's got a similar sort of vibe to it where you're like, I really can't stop. I just have to keep moving. Wow, extremely close call. But unfortunately was slightly squandered and slipped into the spikes. Sibilance. Oh, away we go. Continuing forward. This might be the last room of this segment before the kind of midpoint of the battle in battle happens. Battle in battle. Battling. Battle in. Huh. Anyway. I can't remember if there are any more rooms after this before the spot where Battlein calls you out and is like, I was only trying to help you, kind of thing. Alright, so CJ's taking kind of careful... Oof. That's a little tough segment because you have to kind of neutral dash through there in order to not bump into any of the walls, the ceiling, get through the little narrow passage there. Ooh, very close call. Oh my goodness, a lot of extremely close calls. With the lasers, doesn't quite make it through there. All right. Continuing on. Really good music in this section too. It kind of ramps up the intensity while still having a very emotional sort of foundation for the track. The chanting kind of adds a lot to it, gives it a lot of that kind of very personal sort of feel, as opposed to, and it's interesting because it has that same light electronic. I mean, I guess the whole soundtrack has an electronic feel to it, but this is one where you really get that human side of the music pushing its way through, which makes sense. It's a very emotional sort of personal struggle going on here between Madeline and part of herself. All right. Oof. Oh. Almost. Alrighty, here we go. Oh boy. Alright, can we get through? Not quite. I believe during CJ's run, this was a moment where Sarah came up to watch for a little while. She picked a hell of a room to witness, because this one is pretty unforgiving, especially on a blind run where you're not really used to... where you're not especially used to the various little teeny bits of movement tech, or just the timing of the lasers. And that bit right there, it's the trap, is you want to try to see, I can dive through both of them, right? Not so much. You have to go through one and then the other. Oof. Catching Siege on the jump. Here we go. Looking clean. Oh, barely ducking underneath. All right, there's our one. There we go. As we hit 2.25 hours. Oh, that's right. We have our vertical sections here. This one's a toughie. There's a whole bunch of hits in a row, and then they drop you down into that zone where you have to kind of thread the needle. I believe you have to jump over a chunk of spikes. Oh no, you go through it. I'm mixing it up. There's another section that comes later on where there's a moving block that you get flung, and you have to use that momentum, but then you also have to jump over a set of spikes while taking into account your increased horizontal movement, and you can very easily just slam directly into it. I think both Jose and I wound up at least once smashing into those particular spikes. All right. Ooh, no! Missing the platform. All right. Get through here. Oh! Dashed a little bit early there. All right, keeping on moving. go. Oh. Some narrow misses here. So, originally, when coming up with the idea for the marathon event to do for this, not like there was a lot to come up with exactly, but at first I was considering whether or not we should have the core also be part of it, and then I gave core a quick like practice run through, and I'm like, no, because like the rest of the game, here we go. Here's the kind of midpoint confrontation with battle. And it's actually past the midway, but it's kind of a middle point. Oof, smushed into the ceiling. But I spent some time on core, and I was like, all right, like if this was just me doing a challenge thing for myself, like if I was just doing speedrun stuff, would I do core? Yeah, sure, why not? But I also had to take into account, like, all right, what are people going to want to do? And what are people going to want to put up with? And core was kind of pushing my buttons, and I'm pretty resilient as far as, like, I might complain out loud, but I will still just kind of, grit my teeth and dig through it. But core was kind of causing, this, by the way, was the room I was talking about before, the block that flings you at those spikes that are kind of tricky, because you have to do a diagonal dash, but if you have too much momentum, or you hit the button too late, you just smash directly into the spikes. Like that. Yeah, core, even on just like a practice run, was taking me like 20 some odd minutes, and I was like, this feels like it's going to wind up being too frustrating. A lot of the actual rooms feel much more random than the rest of the game, because you have those bouncing, like the bouncing ice platforms, a lot of just, or the bouncing ice enemy things, I don't know what they're called. A lot of moving platforms, a ton of midair double dash techs that you have to pull off to navigate and not die. And I'm just like, I want to make sure that these runs are still fun for the people that are doing it. And I feel like core is just a little over the line of fun, like between fun and just rough. Like, if you're playing it for yourself and you don't really care about your pace, you're just trying to be fast for the sake of being fast, and it's not that big of a deal. But for speedrun, that's just an extra layer of stress I don't think anybody needed. So, plus, honestly, as like, figurative marathons go, it felt like starting your game at the base of Celeste Mountain and ending it once you reach the summit made the most sense from a kind of a, I almost want to say like a metaphorical sense, but that's not really right. It felt right that the race was bottom to the top, none of the extra fluff. Just you wait. One of these days we'll just have like a hard mode games, and Jose and I will race each other through Farewell or something, and then we'll both cry. Because, like, you can learn strats and you can get good at that, absolutely, no question about it. But, man, if that level, because it really is one giant, it's essentially its own A, B, and C sides smashed into one. You can literally even see where the transitions happen, because all of a sudden you have rhythm blocks, which becomes your B section. And then suddenly you have a handful of very large rooms, and then one absolutely massive room that even at optimal speed is going to take you like a couple minutes to get through with extremely careful techs. And once that level gets under your skin, it is so easy to get thrown off your game and just start taking the worst deaths. Oh no! Oh, so close. And yeah, I don't know. It's one where it's interesting because, like, so strats will help, and having a plan for some of them, like the section where you have to get 5 keys, like having a real route and plan for that is going to help out a lot. But at the end of the day, it all just comes down to execution. There's not a lot of places that I noticed where you could really make significant time saves by, like, if I do a very specific sort of hyper jump wall bounce, then I can land this thing. It's kind of like, well, you have to do a hyper jump here, and you have to do a wall bounce here, and you can maybe save yourself about 2 seconds if you do this extremely complicated maneuver. It's like, Probably just going to stick with the regular one and just try to do it quickly, I guess. There we go, Siege. All right. Coming down to the feather segments of the battle with Battlein. The Battlein battle. Down we go. Getting there. I love this bit. It's a nice long chain of oh no! Didn't get the momentum. Otherwise, that would have been one and done from CJ on this well, I guess once you get past here. But this room's fun. I really like this one. I think it's a nice little close enough. Oh, that's right. There's still more. And, dodged the spikes, but did not manage to land the pinball bumper. Excuse me, the ice bumper. Because in the core, those appear when the core is ice engaged. I don't know. As compared to the fire one, where instead they look very spiky and on fire, and you can't touch them or you die. So CJ, as you can see, has paused the game for a moment. He decided to take a quick bathroom break. He was hoping to get to the end of the level, but he had been holding it for something like 15, 20 minutes, and was just like, I can't wait for the end of the level. Unfortunately, because he's still in the level, the timer does still have to run. I did mention that, and he's like, "Yep, that's fine. I'm just gonna use the bathroom." But he is back in approximately 15 or so more seconds, and I think he does actually get through this pretty quickly upon return, which he was just like, "Oh, great, okay, so maybe I could have lasted another little bit, but that's all right." But yeah, the Battlein battle is a very interesting. It's such a long segment of the game. It doesn't seem like it, but it does really stretch itself out, especially if you're just dealing with it for the first time. And there we go. We got CJ back on. Shout out to 𝗚𝗏𝗪𝗧 as she's appearing in the as they're appearing in the corner there. All right. Here we go. Almost. We're so close, CJ. You can do this. Here we go. Oh, damn. A lot of wild visuals going on. It's actually kind of impressive in some ways that there's so many particle effects and things. I guess because they're so pixelated, and the Unity engine, I'm sure, is doing a lot of the legwork to garbage collect and all of this stuff. And I'm sure that, not that they also didn't program it carefully to account for all of that, but there's tons of things going on, and there's no real slowdown outside of that couple frames in between rooms. And the trap of those spikes right at the end there. I believe there's one more hit before this room is over after that. But here we go. Oof! Oh, that's right. The pinball hit is still down there. I was mixing up the momentum platform hit and the pinball hit. All right. Here we go. And down. Ooh! I don't know how that one didn't count. There's a certain radius around Battlein that all counts as, yes, you got her. And it'll kind of, you'll get sort of drawn in, and it'll force the attack to go through. Oh, no! Oh, right into the laser. And it looked like he might have literally been a pixel away on that dash. That was extremely close. I think the sprites actually overlapped for a second there. All right, down we go. Oh, jumped into it again! Oh, God. All right, here we go. All right, bang, bang, bang. All right, momentum block cleared. Down to the pinball. Oh, no! Not a great bounce. Got unlucky on the angle. So if you're not familiar, I think Steve might have mentioned this before when Jose and I were in this level, but the pinball bumpers, the little ice bumper, will fire you off. So I was a very, math-focused person in school and in college and stuff, and there's a word for it. It's not tangent. Essentially, whatever direction, whatever vector you're on from the center of the bumper, that's the direction that you're going to go. You're going to move, I guess, perpendicular to the bumper at the point of contact. So you want to kind of hit it right there. Perfect. Like right along the right side of it, not so much on the top right corner, but as close to the right face as you can get. Because that'll fling you to the right. You get a little bit of upwards momentum. You get your dash back, and you can use that to close that gap and get that final hit. All right, so now we have our long feather laser corridor. I'd be very curious how many rooms in this game have actual have community nicknames. I feel like I bandy about like off the cuff nicknames, not just in this game but in lots of games. We're like, oh, we're in blah. I wish I could think of literally any examples right now. Nope, not a single one is coming to mind. That's a real bummer. But think about how, the Sonic community, for example, there's the Barrel of Doom in Carnival Night Zone Act 2, I want to say, where many a child's Sonic 3 game completely ended when the mechanic of pressing up and down rhythmically to move the barrel up and down was totally lost on us. Funny part, too, is, like, everyone that I knew was just like, I don't know, man, I don't know how to do it. And then upon finding it out was like, oh, they never told us any of that. But I think someone has pointed out that in at least one manual for a version of the game, whether it was like North America PAL or Japan, whether it was Sonic 3 or like Sonic 3 for Genesis or for the PC version, somewhere the barrel mechanic did get explained, and somehow we just all missed it. I want to say it was in one of the instruction manuals, but I don't recall. All right, navigating once more through the feather laser corridor. This one's a tough one because it does seem like this, outside of that the split zone right there, like it does seem like this area has a path that it wants you to take, but we'll see. We'll see how this shapes up. Could go any direction. Let's see. Siege coming up on 2.5 hours here. All right, making the dash to go grab the feather. And you can't scroll back to the left. That was something that I did not know for this one. You cannot go back to the left. And so we kind of got screwed out of a feather there. All right. Here we go. All right. Oh, no! Wound up bonking himself down back into the spikes. Here we go. All right, grab and go. Oh, no! Ran out a little bit early there. Now, I'm not 100% sure if CJ is pressing right or not. It seems like he is. He's moving pretty quickly now. Because if memory serves, if you don't press a button, I forget if you automatically just go to the right. There we go. Final room of the Battle and Battle. Or if you just keep going in the same direction, but you do go slower than if you were to hold the button. All right, level up achieved at 2 hours, 30 minutes. And now CJ has the double dash ability, the neon pink hair. And now we'll be able to ascend Celeste Mountain once more. We have our quiet, kind of deep breath epilogue to Reflection. Nice quiet segment. I'm not actually sure if it's possible to die. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure there's no hazards in this closing segment for reflection. All right. Get into a little bottleneck section here. And there's our orb. We're battling. Going to hurl us up to this next segment and hash it out with us. But CJ is going to skip this cutscene. And so, that brings us to the end of reflection and to the beginning of the end as CJ arrives at the level called the summit, but he's really back at the base. We're going to end up at the summit. The level's the summit, but as you can see, we got a ways to go. So let's do it. All right. And up we go. CJ getting it started. We're into our Act 3 of this video. Alrighty. So, the summit is essentially, and I think we joked about this earlier, the summit is sort of a boss rush of sorts for Celeste. It brings back basically all of the levels of the game make a return appearance in order of elevation, essentially. And you have to deal with not only the hazards that those levels had been providing before, but they're much harder versions of those hazards, and laid out in a way where you need to utilize your neon pink hair double dash in order to get by and get through there. So a much tougher platforming challenge than the rest of the game thus far, and it's interesting because like the double dash is sort of a double-edged sword. I almost said a red herring. I don't know what that's all about. But on the one hand, yes, you can in fact use your double dash to like fix mistakes and correct things and even skip by stuff. But it also means that they're going to make these platforming challenges substantially more difficult, since now you have the ability to move twice, so they're going to make you move twice. I want to say, by the way, so when the neon pink hair comes into the equation, you can see that Madeline's hair moves and flows a lot more. When she uses one of her jumps, her hair kind of goes back to that normal like red color, but it also goes back to just acting like hair. Like it doesn't hover the way that it does with the neon pink hair. But as it floats around, you can see that it's an extremely fluid bit of motion, and I want to say that's because I think, and I don't think this is the case for the rest of the Madeline sprite, but I believe Madeline's hair in this game is actually a 3D model that's being rendered as pixels, which is why you will have these very subtle little differences in how it like looks compared to the frame before, where most of Madeline's stuff is like, okay, so we've got a like 4-frame run cycle and a little bit of like squishing and stretching animation as you like jump and land and all of that, but the hair is like extremely fluid. And no, they did not like code in, like they didn't draw up like dozens and dozens of hair sprites at varying angles, because as you jump, it moves around a bit. I think actually, yeah, when you're jumping around, it may also be I think the hair is always a 3D model. It's less obvious when you're like hanging from stuff, but yeah, I thought that was kind of a neat thing there. And I only found that out recently when reading up about a different game that used a similar style, but. All right, so now we're up to 500 meters, our first major checkpoint of the summit, and we are essentially returning to the construction site from the very start of the game. Oh, not the construction site, the Forsaken City. It's got a bunch of construction stuff. I'm thinking of Old Site, which comes afterwards, but you can see we have our traffic blocks back. Those are the ones that are touch sensitive. You touch them, they green for go, ship themselves off into their ordained direction along that little chain there. So yeah, so the order of these segments for the summit, you start with Reflection, which is the most recent level that you finished, but it is technically the lowest elevation. I think, so it's funny, I think, because anytime I've played this game before, it's like, okay, you get up to the Forsaken City segment, and it marks it as 500 meters, and the way that I've always read it is like, oh, you've reached 500 meters, so that is where we are at when we start the Forsaken City, and that's presumably where the Forsaken City itself also is. But thinking about it, I feel like it might actually be, in the same way as the whole level is called the summit, while that's the goal, not where you're starting from, I wouldn't be surprised if those segment names actually indicated where each segment ends instead of begins. Because if you think about it, the Forsaken City is the first chapter of the game, and you essentially start from 0 meters, right? You start from the base of Celeste Mountain, and you start climbing, and when you're doing that, that's Forsaken City at the beginning. So it would be strange if you were already 500 meters up to do that. Not like there aren't actual cities that are, you know, a good deal above sea level. Denver, Colorado was Mile High City for being that far above sea level, but I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if the idea is the start of the summit level is the tail end of Reflection, where you're still technically below the base of the mountain, but you're just kind of climbing out, and now you're back to the base, and you're going to get to 500 meters. And then when you get to the old site again, you're going to get to 1,000 meters, and so on and so forth, meaning that when you get to the actual summit portion of the summit, after you've beaten the Mirror Temple portion of the summit, and you see that 3,000 meter marker, it's not, we're at 3,000 meters and still climbing, it's rather, all right, here's the last segment where we reach 3,000 meters. This is all total speculation. I have absolutely no idea if there's any basis to believe that whatsoever. I don't know if anyone behind the game, if Maddie or anyone else that worked on this has ever been kind of asked about that. I'd be curious if, frankly, it's an answer that realistically doesn't matter. It's a question that does not, it literally is just flavor text at the end of the day in terms of, you know, meaning. But, all right, as we get to the end of the Forsaken City, Part 2, and we now reach the Old Site, Part 2. We get our starry blocks, our dream blocks. This is also very interesting, too, because so the dream blocks, if you couldn't tell by their names, they only existed prior to now in Madeline's dream. Because when she wakes up, those blocks are gone. Those blocks don't exist outside of her dream. But now we're here, and very much awake, and they are very real. Granted, a good portion of this game is fairly figurative also. With all the metaphor flying around, one could assume that Madeline is not, in fact, double jump dashing up a mountain. But I digress. You want to try to avoid looking a little too hard into real-world applications of video game logic, because you're going to wind up, I don't want to say disappointing yourself, because I feel like that implies that the correct answer there is that it's supposed to make real-world sense, which I don't think is true. I think if you try to over-apply real-world logic to video games, you're just kind of, I don't know, being... I almost want a hell of a grab there, by the way. Grabbing onto that tiny-ass little section there and saving that run. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it sucks some of the fun out if you overanalyze like that. Like, think about it. At least back in the day, a big part of the intended humor behind the Angry Video Game Nerd is the fact that his nerd character obsessed over, among other things, video game logic not making sense in a real-world context, which, like, of course it wouldn't. It's a video game, you know? But CJ picking up some real good times here as he's moving forward, picking up a decent amount of speed, saving himself once again after a little slip, moving through the old site with apparent relative ease, honestly. Not nearly as much difficulty here as he's been having in some of the other areas thus far. Now, granted, this is a portion that he did see before diving in, so it's a little bit familiar to him. But, you know, a single bit of run there, no more. So it's certainly not a memorized bit. And then you got this section, which historically does mess with people a decent amount, so... Now, if you jump as you exit these dream blocks, you do get a little extra jump, although he didn't seem to need it there. I was going to say, if you jump there, you can give yourself the extra height that you need in order to make that second diagonal there. But it looks like we got through it just fine. Nice. CJ making some good time here as we reach the end of the old site. Let's see if he can seal the deal here. Nice, going the underway there. Whoop. All right. And that is the old site complete. Moving on to the Celestial Resort portion of the summit, a.k.a. everyone's worst nightmare. Starting it off strong by walking directly into an enemy. You love to see it. Love a little snap going on with the track here. So yeah, all of the, as Steve had mentioned earlier on, the music for the summit is essentially its own main track that utilizes the main motif of the game. Also, can we point out that CJ managed to get past this fuzzy asshole on his first attempt, whereas it took both Jose and I like a number that's greater than one. Let's just go with that. So good on Siege for making the clean maneuver there. But anyway, the music for the summit is kind of its own track that utilizes the main motif of the game, Madeline's like theme, the theme of Celeste Mountain, while also incorporating, real super nice sneaky move there, that was good, while also incorporating elements of the stage themes that, like the theme for the stage that we're currently revisiting. I don't know if they reuse portions of the melody of those levels, but you do at least have some of the instrumentation and some of the actual kind of tone. And again, clean, one and done. CJ is in the zone here. All right. Oop. Oh, a little bit early. He had the right idea, though. So I'm realizing it's not finger snaps. It's a wooden percussion kind of thing. It sounds almost like a rim hit and a snare drum, but not quite. Because it does have kind of a snap back to it. I don't know. It sounds like a wooden percussive thing that's being kind of smacked against another percussive wooden thing, and it's got that kind of slight bit of like double hit to it, which makes it sound a little bit like a clap or a snap, that little extra, or rather a chorus of snaps or claps, kind of tightly bound together there. All right. Give it a sec so we can breathe here. So he is going for this kind of upper path that can be a little bit of a pain to get through. So for me, I just kind of like, if you go for a forward dash, you can kind of thread that needle under the next, the fuzzy guy that's on the right side of the screen now. You can get into that little section there, and it's, in my opinion, a little bit easier to do that than it is to kind of navigate up and around, because you're not really going to have much in the way of a dash. There we go. CJ got it right there. did bump into the fuzzy thing there, but he did ultimately get there. All right. Alrighty, here we go. There we go. All right, moving forward. Waiting for that needle thread moment here. Oh no! Ah, didn't quite line it up. All right. Is that a... What is that on the wall? Is that a ram? Like a ram head? Ram skull? It looks like a... I mean, it's got that kind of like vague, lightly... almost satanic kind of vibe to it. It's very cool, but I'd never noticed it before. It's very imposing and impressive, I must say. I love this little, like, chunk that's up here that's got a different kind of, I don't know how to describe it other than material biome, I guess. Like, it's this little stone passageway while everything else is visibly, like, wooden. All right. Ah, almost. So he's coming at it a little bit too far to the right, which isn't giving him a lot of breathing room as he makes that first dash and tries to line up the second. And I think that's causing him a bit of trouble. He doesn't have to, like, jump super far here. Like, he's, as you can see, he's kind of coming at it a little bit too far to the right, so his dash is taking him basically directly into the little fuzzy spot. There we go. That's what you want to do. Yeah, a little bit of a jump is all you really need to get through there. You don't have to, like, overdo it. Oh, man, that was a tight one. All right, let's see what happens as we get this one lined up. All right, not bad. There we go. All right, here we go. We got to drop down through this. And this one's tough because you have to, like, lead it by a little bit. Because it's going to take... yeah, around half a second or so to drop down past it. There we go. Use that ledge. Get your dash back. Can we get it? Can we clear this room? Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh! Oh, my heart. Oh. Oh, my goodness. All right, here we go. Here we go. You can do it. You got this, Siege. I believe in you. Here we go. Here we go. Can you drop past it here? Lining up again. Here we go. Getting through this little scary-ish diagonal section. All right, yeah, that's kind of... I think that's how I did it, just like up and then to the side. That earlier diagonal one was like risky as hell. All right, dropping down, nice. Almost. Yeah, that dash is giving CJ some trouble here. Nope, almost. Okay. as we're coming up, or rather not, as we're getting through to 2 hours 50. As we're seeing here, the Celestial Resort takes no goddamn prisoners. The normal level and the summit level are both just cruel. It's so bizarre that platformers, and we got through it, hooray. It's so bizarre that platformers are so often about like really tight precision, especially for like speedrunning them. For like really tight precision, navigation, getting through there with like perfect timing and accuracy and all these things. And yet somehow enemies that move in a perfectly rhythmic, regular motion are like somehow the most frustrating things to deal with in the entire game. I don't know how that is. Also, I'm relatively sure that if you line this up right, especially with a hyper jump, you can just hit that lower energy crystal or whatever and just double jump your way out of here without hitting this button and worrying about that. Like, you can drop below. You don't even have to, as you can see with CJ right there, you could also just go to it and not really worry about, even hyper jumping it and then, double jump your way back up. Here we go. Yep, the fuzz came around. It was planted right where CJ had stood. Not so good. Oof. Nope. All right. Celestial Resort. Why you like this? Here we go. Nice. Okay. I think this might be the last room before... Oh, no, there's some outside stuff. I was going to say, this might be the last room before the orb and the battle in and moving on to the Golden Ridge portion. But yeah, we're literally now going outside. I think there's 2 little outside segments that have 2 rooms apiece. All right. This segment wasn't fun in the original Celestial Resort, and it's also not fun here. It's just such a pain. Oof, not so good. Something about just the exact height of the obstacles is just like, it makes it that much more difficult. Boo. Oof. Oh no! Oh my god. Difficult segment. It's like you have to line up some really rough diagonal jumps here to make this work. Ooh. Barely getting through there. Oh no! Oh, I was going to say barely getting through there without landing back onto the fuzz that he just planted down. Let's see if this one goes a little smoother. There we go. Just gotta dive through this bit right here, and we're on our way. Oh, there we go. One and done. Look, it's easy. All right. Last room of the resort. You can do it. You can do it. All right, we're out of the Celestial Resort at last and on to Golden Ridge. Here we go. Getting through. Hopefully this will be a breath of fresh air for Siege. Rough time with Celestial Resort. Coming up on 3 hours into the run. Looking to pick up some time. So during his little practice session, I don't remember exactly where it was, but he had gotten a little bit into here when he was like, all right, I'm good to do my run. He'd only done this level for what it's worth. He actually just went straight to the summit and did a handful of like the first half of the summit before diving in. So we're very quickly going to reach a point where he hasn't seen anything again. Here we go. The heavy wind picking up. And this one's tough because, like, you basically have to dash just to move. Like, you can, as you can see, CJ's like pushing hard. Oh, but like if you're in the air and you're not dashing forward, you're going to make no progress forward. So you have to be pretty much as precise as you can get with your with your movement here if you want to be able to actually like get to the other side of this room. A dash up would have gotten you there. Alrighty. Yeah, unfortunately, if you get to that spot without any dashes left, I'm not sure there's a way for you to get to the end. It sucks. There's a few spots in the game. I mean, not even a few. There's a decent number of spots in the game where you can get somewhere, not have any dashes left, and you're like, well, I guess I'm just dead. Like, there's nothing else to be done here. And that was another one of those moments. All right. Oh no! Got stuck in the bottom corner there. So as you can see, we have more snowballs to be dodged, which is going to make this room a little bit of a pain. Ooh, probably could have bounced off of that one if he didn't use up the dash, but not a huge problem. Oh no! Oh, he got kind of an extra dash there, right? Like he landed and dashed in what appeared to be like the same frame. And I don't know if he was quite expecting that as he landed and smashed directly into the snowball. All right. Here we go, making his way. Much cleaner one this time. All right. There we go. And we are on. Not so good there. So this one needed a tiny bit of prompting as far as like the rough idea of what you're doing here, because as you can see, you get over here and you're like, whoa, how the hell am I supposed to do that? And you might look and go, oh, if I can do a double dash through there, maybe there's a wall I can grab onto. But even if you can, there is nothing you can really do from there. Like you could make a very difficult argument that like you could maybe do like a wall bounce up, but probably not, because you need the whole block to make it through, and it takes up the whole space, so that's not really very likely. So yeah, you do need to do kind of the intended kind of tech, I guess. I don't even want to call it tech. It's like just the intended movement through here, because now you got to push this block up through the narrow passage. Nope. Oh, no. There we go. There was... My braid is apparently on backwards. He got it through there just fine, and I said nope. It did break shortly after, and as you can see, okay, so now we got the now we've actually got the block making its way through as we get past the 3-hour mark, and now it is time for Siege. Ooh, that was a little unlucky. We need Siege to grab onto the left side of the block as it passes through this little narrow passage here. You got to move it up. There we go. Now we got to get on top, push it down, and hit that up block to get it out of the way so that he can get up here. And you can see him kind of like sitting here for a second going like, huh, okay. It looks anyway. I'm very curious if there is a sneaky means of managing this without that block, but it seems like it's just barely set up in a way that makes that impossible. Actually, you know what? No, I think you probably could, if you were very careful, you use one of your dashes to get to that right wall, and then, again, very carefully, because you don't have a ton of time to do it, but so when you're hanging onto a wall, it is possible to get around a 1 unit like overhang bit of block. If you get high enough, you could then set up a wall bounce that just might barely take you up through there. I actually wouldn't even be all that surprised if that was like something that is used as a speedrun tech. Oh, get up, get up. Ah, no such luck. But that is what he needs to do to get through this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. Can we set this? Oof, almost. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right. Oh no. Up, 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 up. Oh, boy. Okay, nope, that works. That's fine. We got there. We got through the room. Now time for this one, our vertical block that has no... you can't guide it at all. You can't maneuver it around. You just have to follow it all the way up through all this junk that's in the way. There's quite a lot of it. All right. Oof. Oof, oof. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Nope. Can't quite get there. Yeah, this room is kind of tricky. There's a lot of, like, strictly speaking, there's like 3-ish different paths you can kind of take up through this, and all of them are kind of a pain in the ass. CJ almost pulling off the strawberry path by accident. And that one takes some very tight jump precision. I think you can actually just hold on to the right side of the block and not worry about the wall. Though it is a tight thing to set up, and it's probably easier to just... Oh, no! It's probably easier to just set up by going to the wall and then jumping back after it's passed by those 2 overhangs that are coming up, the little 2 spike zones. Oh, there we go. I was going to say if I... Oh, so close. I think CJ might be getting a little bit hung up on the kind of the reflex of using both dashes every time when they may not be necessary. It's not biting him too hard, but there are a couple times where it's, giving him more risk than he might necessarily need to spend on a given room. All right, now we have the backdraft. A favorable wind. I believe this was the room that Steve was referring to during Jose's and my runs as one of the more fun rooms, just because you kind of just wing it, you just go for it. It's a fun little breezy room. It's not too bad as far as what to do. The only real technical thing that you need to do ultimately is you just have to use the blue bubble to go up to the right and then use your dashes up to the right and you got it. So not a terribly complicated room. Yep, almost, but you do need to get that up right momentum if you want to be able to clear that all the way. All right, and there we go. Nicely done. No more wind. See, just kind of just like, all right, are we good? Are we good here? All right. All right. Oh, nice. Good grab, CJ. All right, Springboard giving him back his... oh, no. Giving him back his dashes in midair. All right. There we go. Nope. No such luck. Yeah, these rooms all get a lot more difficult as you get close to the end, and he still is kind of struggling a little bit with some of the jumps here to get to this crystal. There are better ways to go at it. See, yeah, using that second jump leaves him in kind of a vulnerable spot here. A couple ways to do it that might be a little bit better. You can use one dash to get to the first one. Like, even without any advanced tech, you can use one dash to get to this first one, and then just jump directly to the second, and then use your second dash to dash through the gem. Another one is to dash twice under the first two, onto the third, and either jump for the gem directly or jump against the second one to kind of bounce off of it. I believe, as we're sitting here right now, I believe this is CJ's second of 2 bathroom breaks. And I think he just opted not to bother pausing since it didn't really matter either way, whether it was paused or not for the sake of the timer. And he should be back in even just a couple seconds at this point. But yeah, there's a couple ways to go about this. It is possible to do it without any dashes with just the third platform, as you saw. I think CJ's first attempt at the room, he was able to pull that off. But it is certainly easier if you do have at least a dash by the time you get to the gem there. Here we go. Nope, still going for it without the second dash. Again, it is doable. Oh, see, it was very close. He can definitely do that without. There we go. Much safer way to. Ooh, geez. Well, you just have to not dash back to the left. You got to keep that momentum moving to the right, upward. Oof. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, and we are at the final room of the summit's Golden Ridge, which just leaves us with the Mirror Temple and then the summit itself. We are coming down to the end. Let's go. Let's hear it for the boy. All right, just about. Oh boy, there we go. Golden Ridge, Part 2 complete. And we are off to the Mirror Temple. The last segment here at 2,500 meters. Or are we going to 2,500 meters? Who can say? Probably the creators of the game. Addy Thorson, if you're out there, by all means, please weigh in. I know that you totally have time to watch multiplayer speedrun / blind plays of your own video game. Surely that is a thing that you spend your time on. All right, Siege taking stock of the room, looking around. Oof, a little bit early on the forward motion there. Nice, dropping down, getting what needs to be done. So this one's a little bit tricky. You can, just a tiny bit early, but that was the right idea. easiest way to get that is to just dash from the top of that wall. You could you can jump for it too. Honestly, it's probably just easier to do a dash like that. All right, momentum time. Ooh, good save, good save. All right, just up and over. Oh no! Oh, so close as we hit 3 hours 10. CJ making his way through the summit's mirror temple at 2,500 meters. This one's a little tricky to get your head around until you've actually done it a couple times, because there's a lot of like just stuff moving around everywhere. All right. But CJ gets it. One and done. Magic Man. All right, popping up top, but needs to head down below in order to grab the key from the right side. Oof, bumping onto our little shuriken thing here. They actually look almost like, oh, I don't remember the name of them. There's little spiky obstacles in, from the original Legend of Zelda game on the NES, but they've appeared in a handful. Whoa! They've appeared in a handful of games since. The last time I remember them appearing in a game is... I know they appeared in... I think they appeared in Majora's Mask, weirdly enough. Oh, no, sorry, not... yeah, I think in Majora's Mask, actually. In the water... The water thing. Actually, no, that's the water temple in Ocarina of Time. My mistake. CJ kind of taking a look around here. Trying to figure out how to deal with this moving spike. There we go. Moving spike platform there. Ooh, didn't quite land the gem on the other side. That's all right. Here we go. Ooh, oh no! Oh, used up his dashes trying to get past the little lip there. Didn't quite make it. Go. And we got the gem. Using the platform. Nice, nice. Gears are turning, figuring out the path through here. That's one. Nice! Very nicely done. All right, we're moving on to this little segment here, and I think this might be the last room before the final one here. We'll have to see once it gets through it, but I think this is the last room before we move on to 3,000 meters. Whoa, nice. Oh, not quite. My bad. I don't currently have the middle line in front of me. That one's a bummer. You can't get the dash blocks to move if you don't have any dashes. I don't quite have the middle line in front of me as I'm doing this, trying to minimize the complexity of the video as I commentate on it. So we got that disabled right now. Ah, this room, yes, with the buttons on the ceiling, the springboards, and the gems. This one's a very aero-gymnastic kind of thing that'll need to be. Ooh. Barely managed to avoid the first set of spikes, but then careened right into the second set. All right. Oop. Nope. Missed the button entirely. I think he saw it on his way down there. Let's see. All right, so switch number 1. So switch number 2 is right there on the ceiling. Oof. Those diagonals, they really get you. All right, button 1. Okay. Oh no. Oh, not quite. A little bit too low to be able to make that move. We're at pi hours. I guess not pi hours exactly. It's like pi o'clock more than pi hours. Because pi hours would have been more like I don't know, 311-ish, I think. No, it would have been more like 308, 309, based off of, you know, how percentages of hours work in terms of minutes. All right, we are in fact in the last room of the Mirror Temple before we reach 3,000 meters, which would be a breath of fresh air for Siege, because at that point, each of those height markers becomes its own checkpoint, which makes life a lot easier in terms of being able to breathe. There are far fewer long stretches of really devious challenges. Instead, they're very tightly packed and devious, but you can replay them very quickly, and once you get it also very quickly. So like that, you know, makes life a little easier there. So, here we go. Making his way up. Let's see how we do in this last vertical climb. We have our 2 motion blocks. You gotta jump between them. Oof, not so good there. You gotta jump between them in order to avoid a handful of spike walls at the last moment. Alright. No, not quite. So you need to move that dash block and then let it start going back to the left. Then you jump on it, use the momentum to fling yourself to the wall. So you got to set it up. There we go. Oh no, he used both dashes. Ooh, oh no. Yeah, that's not so good. You don't want to do that. You want to keep one of your dashes so you can send the next dash block your way and also dash to it to grab it. Oh no! Oh, just barely missed that. All right. Here we go. Oop, oh no. Correctable. There we go. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. I believe at this point, this was around the time CJ was mentioning that his hands were decidedly starting to get a bit tired, which is understandable. This is definitely a long, intense session at this point. But he's putting up a damn good show for a fully blind speedrun. Oh no, the same spot. Oh. Alrighty. There we go. I'm gonna make the jump. Alright, grabbing, dropping. All right, all right. Here we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, if he had just gone for it. I mean, he obviously didn't know that that was right there, but if he had just jumped, stayed on it and jumped straight up, he actually would have probably made it to the final orb there. Ooh, jumped a little bit early. All right, let's see. Okay, lining that up. Got this one. Dropping down. Very nice. Okay. All right, vertical climb time. So you can actually jump onto the right pillar there. Oh no! Oh no! Oh! Oh, Siege, no. In that last vertical segment, you can launch yourself and just grab onto the right pillar without using up one of your dashes. Obviously, you can get to the top with just one dash and still manage it, but it's definitely easier if you have both of them. All right, here we go. All right. Oh man, he's really like making a point of landing on top of that platform, that pillar, which is causing some trouble as he's getting to that last set of spikes at the very top. You definitely want to make sure you're hanging onto the inside of those 2 pillars before you get to the very, very top there. Ooh, that was an unlucky little moment there. I think Don't entirely know what happened there, but wound up just barely nicking the spikes at the bottom there. All right. Cool, setting that up. All right. Here we go. Okay, still using up one. All right, there we go. Dropping down. That's helpful. Oh, no. Dash, dash. Oh, CJ. Oh, boy. All right, coming up, we're at 3 hours, 20 minutes. Final room of the 2,500-meter Mirror Temple segment of the summit. We are just about good with this room. CJ's rhythm is certainly coming together a lot at this point. Is pretty regularly getting up to the top of it here. We just got to seal the deal with that red bubble. Just got to jump in there and then send it straight up, and he's good to go. There we go. All right. Mirror Temple Part 2 complete, and we are on our way to the summit at 3,000 meters. Let's do it. Here we go. 30 flags. The final challenge. Oh, listen to that intense music. Now, I don't know if the theme here is the same or different as the theme you get at the start of the level when it's mixing, when it's, otherwise, when you're doing the reflection at 0 meters. All right. Here we go. We're up to 28. Already passed our 2 flags. We're into the second room of, I think, 6. I want to say the entirety of 3,000 meters is broken up into 6 rooms, and one of which literally has just 1 flag. I think the 6th flag is by itself in a room. But thankfully, like I mentioned before, each of these flags is its own checkpoint. If you die, as CJ is showing you right here, you just go back to the last flag that you hit. So usually it is in your best interest to hit all of these flags just in case. Surely, Steve had mentioned there are some flags that actually cost you time to land on. So presumably most speedruns only hit a few of them, and even then it seems more like just because you happen to land on its platform more than, actively trying to get it. Of course, if there are more difficult techniques you're trying to do, it may behoove you to, waste the 1 second it takes to grab it just in case, because it'll cost you a lot more if you die and get sent back further. All right, 5 flags down. I guess technically 6 flags down. Now 7 flags down. 23 more to go. Here we go. Climbing up the summit. Siege making his last stand here. He's going all the way. Oh, yes. Here we go. All right. So, as Steve had mentioned, there are 3... This tends to get broken down into 3 segments. You've got downwind, upwind, and no wind. We're currently in the downwind section, and it's increased gravity. It is basically the overall effect that is experienced here. And I'd mentioned during our co-commentary earlier that when you've got the updraft, it's still like a fairly reasonable thing to experience and like play through, because it's not all that different from like underwater physics or space physics in a lot of other platforming games. Whereas the downdraft section is pretty different from that. There's not many games where you experience heightened gravity as a main mechanic. So it's definitely a little bit different from what you might be used to for gameplay. All right, we get to the 20 flag. We got 19 more to go. This is that mean section we referred to earlier where you need to be able to see you're going all the way back just for a second to think, where you need to kind of get up here and you essentially need to get to each of these 2 overhangs using no more than 1 dash each. Grabbing on that, and then through this overhang, and yes, there we go. Whoop. There we go. I'm going to say that is salvageable. Looks like he got that figured out. Nice. There we go. On to room 3, I think. All right, now to the updraft section. The 19 flag. This one's great. This one's a nice, fun little section because for the most part, you can kind of breeze through a lot of this. There's a good, you know, the updraft makes for a lot more favorable control during the platforming segments. I mean, everything's a platforming segment, but during the more, like, careful positioning... Ooh, oh no! Careful positioning sort of platforming stuff. Here we go. Now, for this section, you have to retain one of your dashes going over this. You need to grab onto the wall, do a little... Basically like that. You probably want to do an upright diagonal dash. I'm not sure if it's possible to get to the blue cloud or the white cloud without diagonal dashes. All right. CJ doing the same thing I did my first time here, using all my dashes and then going, wait, how do I actually get up to that platform? We're at the 17 flag, just 16 more to go. We're doing it, boys. All right. Oh, so close. I think he actually might have been able to make that if he stayed committed to the right input instead of there was a little brief little shake, and I think that might have cost him the ability to land that grab. All right, let's see. Oof. Not quite. This is a little tricky one. Like, the navigation is a little bit tight. A lot of the dash stuff is a lot tighter in this, like, middle chunk here. And I think that's because the updraft makes the actual, like, fall physics so much more forgiving. And for it again, No. Here we go. Doo-doo. Yeah, these it's not just that it's like super tight navigation here, but it's also that it's like a lot of diagonal dashes, which for one reason or another are just a little bit harder to like mentally process. Ooh, almost. If he landed that wall grab, he'd be able to kick off and get that dash. I don't know if he would have had the stamina to get the rest of the way, but at the very least, ooh, damn it, it would have got him to the platform. Let's see if he can recover this. Oof! A dash up to the right might have saved that from there. I don't know. Here we go. There we go. See there, that's what I was referring. Ooh, well, that was what I was referring to. Of like, it is salvageable. You just have to like line up the shot. All right. Ooh, that was close. But there we go. 16 flag. Half the flag's done. There's number 15. Just 14 more to go now, and 14 is literally right up around this bend to the right. Go. Oh no! Oof. Bit of an oof on that one. Getting a little bit stuck on this segment, but there are a lot of like damage zones to be careful about there. Oh, you knew it, you knew it? Yes, all right. 14 flag get. All right. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, but this section is a little tricky because you have to really be confident in your... So for one, I think you do have to grab the wall unless you have some extremely perfect precision on your dashes. Because you can get past the first one. The second one might also be doable, but I think the position you are at when you're then needing to turn around and grab the wall is like less than ideal unless you come at it here, because then you give yourself a lot more time to turn around and make those climbs happen. right, here we go. Okay, all right. Just gotta get up. Oh no! Oh, not gonna have enough stamina. So I mentioned this earlier with Steve. This is the one section where it seems like you have like just barely enough stamina to get there, even if you do it very well. Like if you line this up almost perfectly, you're still gonna wind up with, you know, extremely little wiggle room. And it can be a real bastard if you're not like prepared for it. All right. First one there. All right, here we go. Go, go, go. Yep, nope. Just barely ran out of stamina at the end there. It's so tough to line that up. So tough to get that one line. Oof, oh no. All right, as we're coming up on 3.5 hours with just 13 flags left to go in the game. I guess 14 if you count the flag at the summit, right? Oh no! I wonder. I guess if you do it, even when your stamina's bottoming out, if you do a jump and kind of kick off the wall, that probably gives you a little bit of a boost to get more easily over to the 13 flag, right? All right. You got this, Siege. Come on, you got this. All right. Got that one. That one, nice. Oh, this is looking clean. This is looking real clean. Yes, 13 flag. Ba-boom. And just got the 13 flag, so we'll live with it. It's fine. All right. There we go. Another kind of snaky little segment there. All right, now we got the springboard section with the 3 buttons. I think is this the last button segment of the game? It might be. There might be one more. Can't remember. I think this might be the last one. I think. All right. Oof. Oh no! As we are crossing into 1 hour in the summit, making our way through with just 12 flags left to go. This one's kind of tricky, though. Like, this section in particular is like, if you're not, like, on it, then it can, like, really mess you up. And it's weird because it takes this is probably the longest individual flag in the summit. Because, like, you have this whole snaky sort of segment here, and then you have to do the 3 buttons, and then you have to thread that needle at the very end to get to the platform, to actually get to the 12 flags. So there's, like, a lot of pieces for this one. So it's not short, and it's difficult. So this might be the last, like, real significant kind of challenge in terms of both difficulty and complexity. Oh, no! Oh, that one was looking pretty good, too. You got it, CJ. All right. There we go. 1, 2. Gotta get the one on the right. Oh, dangerous to do that without the dash, but he can... Oh, no! He pulled it back in just a little too early. Ah, damn. Damn. Yeah, this part is so rough. Here we go. We got... Oh, almost. Okay, dropping down. Getting our snaking through here. You would almost think that, like, the updraft would be, like, really helpful for this, but it actually, like, for this one in particular, it just kind of... I feel like it makes you like, panic more. There's more time to go. All right, and fuck, damn it. Ugh. we go. Here we go. That's 2. Let's get the 3rd. Here we go. Here we go. Yep. Go for... If it's not looking good, there we go. Nice. You can always line up for a second one. That's 12 flag. Here we go. All right, 11 more to go. All right. Some very careful maneuvering of dashes at this point. Another section that is more or less technique perfect. Like you basically... sort of like all of the spikes and the negative space in them is laid out where it's like you just kind of have to do what they want you to do, essentially. There's not really a better way of making it work than the way that they've laid out for you. All right. Okay. Through here, a couple diagonals. That one's a little unfriendly of a grab there. Over around. Get to the 10. Get to the 10. Yeah. All right. We're at the 10. Here we go. 9 more to go. That wall of spikes has got CJ's number. Got to get up there, and then another little snake section, and you have so little wiggle room. It's like ridiculous. And you have to have one of your dashes there, too. If you don't line up the shot, you got to drop back down, hit that springboard again, and then go for it from there. All right, here we go, here we go. Yep, and again, you might at that point it's like drop down, take the because you need a dash to get through that. All right, up, over. Oh boy, that was a lucky little wall grab there. Holy cow! All right, up and down. Ooh, a little snug, but we got there. All right. Up and over, not quite high enough. You do have to hit that first springboard a little higher up if you want to be able to reach. There we go. That should be a good one. Ooh, oh no. Got to do a diagonal dash off of that if we want to be able to. Oh, that one looks good. Okay. Yes. Oh no. I don't think he was quite expecting that he actually made the grab and was kind of going for a reflex save there. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. Letting that one go. No big deal. Up, over. Here we go. Okay. Nice, clean grab. Boom. 9 flag. All right. Holy cow. All right. 8 more to go. You are right there, Siege. Let's do this. You're on the doorstep. Time to start knocking. Another one where you have like a pretty precise set of movements that you need to do in order to get that. It is doable if you grab the wall, but boy oh boy is it less than ideal, and you certainly feel it while you're doing your dashes if you're not doing like the exact way. Ooh, almost saved that one, but a little aggressive to the left, and that kind of... There we go. Oh, no! But he's there. He's got this. He's got the tech down. He's just got to sync it all up, and he's ready to roll. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. There we go. 8 flag. 7 more to go. Holy cow. CJ, you're doing it. You are still doing it even despite that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Line it up. Line it up. Yeah, 7 flag. Oop, you do need a dash here, though. So drop them back down. Get your dashes back. There we go. Now for my favorite little segment of the summit, which I feel like I always do it like twice as fast as I'm supposed to, because I just kind of do like diagonal out, diagonal in, diagonal out, diagonal in. But I do it fast enough where I'm just like, I'm going to fuck this up and like bash into something and like completely waste all the speed that I was like building up there, but... Alright. Use that updraft. There we go. Oh, that's right, the overhang to get to the 6 flag. You can do it. Yes. Oop. Or sorry, to get to the 5 flag, not the 6 flag. We got the 6 flag already. 5 flags. Burgers and fries. There we go. Oop, you do need 1 dash to get to the 4. Oh, taking it back one more time. Oof, oof. Okay, all right. There we go. Not quite. Got to get him on that wall. There we go. Nice. Boom, 4 flag. We're getting there. We're getting there. Coming up on 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we're down to just the last 3 flags. Oof, not quite. All right. Here we go. Jumping over onto the stone platform, up on the wall, lining up the shot, bouncing it. Ooh, lands on the spikes underneath the feather that we needed to progress. That cloud looked like angry. I don't know if we'll go back and see it. If we do, take a look at this cloud on the right here. Looks like an angry face. It's like, arrgh. All right, lining up our shot down to the springboard, bouncing up. Oh, didn't quite have the down direction ready to go there. All right. Okay. Oh, good grab. Oh, all right. Didn't quite manage the dash there. The last moment. Still setting that up. All right. Off the stone platforms, off the wall, bouncing over, setting up the shot. Didn't have the down direction ready to go there either. All right. Around the spike henge, off the stone platform, to the wall, no dashes. He did get his dashes back, but I think he was kind of in his own head about getting to the gems to replenish them, even though just landing on the stone platform got the jumps back. But bouncing off of that, there we go. Oh, yes! Come on, to the 3, to the 3, to the 3. Oh my goodness. 3 flag get. All that stands in CJ's way are the 2 flag, the 1 flag, and the flag at the summit of Celeste Mountain. Let's go, boys. Oof, oh no. We're at 342 now. At the 3 flag, closing in, zeroing in on the peak, on the summit. What's the difference between a summit and a peak? Is the summit the tallest peak? Is a summit like a kind of landing platform style zone at a peak? Or are they literally just the same thing? I guess I don't really know. Let's see. What is the difference between a peak, a hill, a mountain, and yada yada? But it says summit versus peak. Summit is a point on a mountain surface that is higher in elevation than all points immediately adjacent to it, whereas a peak is the pointed top of a mountain. The distinction between the summit and the peak is unclear and largely subjective. Okie dokie. I was like, those descriptions sound different, but actually the same. So that wasn't great. All right. So they're more or less the same. Sounds like peak is like literally if it's a pointy top, you're going to have a peak. If it's not necessarily a pointed top, it's more of a summit. And considering there's a flat zone with a flag in there, I feel like summit is the more appropriate word. All right. Almost. Got to thread that needle with a double dash to get to the 2 flag. It's a little bit tricky because it seems deceptive. You almost want to take your feather and try to fly through it, but that's a mistake. You want to fly past it and then drop down and start your double dash. You want to just go straight up, and then when you line up your shot, when you're lined up horizontally with that hole, that's where you want to dash left and then dash up to the left and grab onto that platform, climb, get yourself to that 2 flag, and then you are in business. All right. Here we go. Oh, yes! Good enough. That'll do it. 2 flag get. 1 more to go. Come on, Siege. You got this. Let's rock. All 3 of us fell at that exact same, zone, and I think in between the same gems even. So I think we all missed this one once. Oh, no, it was the one past that. Whoop, okay. Here we go. Oh, no. Okay, all right. That's all right. We got this. All right, up and over. Nice. Okay. Oh, not quite. All right, here we go. Lining it up as we get to 3 hours and 3/4. 3:45 on the run. 3:45 on the clock. Just a single flag stands between CJ and the summit of Celeste Mountain. Here we go, boys. Here we go. Let's do this. Oh, no. Oof. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Ooh, that was tight. Oh, no. Okay. All right. That's fine. We can clean that up. He is super close, though. I feel it right here. Yes. All right. Yes, the 1 flag. Ladies and gents, we are on the precipice. Oop. Quick little refresh there. All right, 3:46. You hear that music fade out, and you know you're there. You just hear that cold breeze at the peak. Closing in on 1 hour, just under 1:15. Gotta hit that. We actually did it. You damn right you did. And there we go. Time for CJ. A total of 3 hours, 46 minutes, 23.68 seconds. And with that, there we have it. Our complete runs for Celeste in totality with Jose, myself, and CJ. Without further ado, we can get to our final standings for the race. Jose for Tierra de los Hermanos Hook taking the gold with 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 28 seconds. Myself grabbing the silver for Imperium Ludum with 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 7 seconds. And CJ for Daisy Baby Bitch Territory taking the bronze at 3 hours, 46 minutes, 23 seconds. Not a bad time for a completely blind run of this game. I think I took longer when I was streaming mine, so I certainly can't, knock him for a time like that on his first go.
Mm-hmm. For a completely blind one, that's totally great. And then, even 1 or 2 more runs of practice will bring that down a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. We were talking about it after his run, and he was saying that, if I did it again, I could probably do it in under 3 hours, even just doing a second run now. It's yeah, oh, absolutely. I could see him knocking a full hour off of this on a second attempt, for sure.
Easily.
And he had never played the game. He was kind of unsure about whether he wanted to try to practice or just go in totally blind just for kind of a fun run. And afterwards he was yeah, I might pick up this game. And I was sweet. Yeah. Awesome. That's what I want to hear.
Definitely way to get into it.
Exactly. I'm glad that everyone enjoyed themselves with it. And so this was kind of a really important one for the overall standings here, as Tierra de los Hermanos Hook with this final gold clinch the top position for the games with 7 gold, 3 silver, and 3 bronze. Imperium Ludum taking second overall with 6 gold, 6 silver, and 3 bronze. Daisy Baby Bitch Territory in third with 2 gold, 3 silver, 5 bronze. And you betcha Stan in the back of the pack with 1 gold, 4 silver, 5 bronze. Everybody walking away with golds, which is always good. For the individual medal counts, we've got myself at the top with 6 golds and 4 silvers. Jeff with 2 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. Dave with 2 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze. And Peter with 2 golds. We have a handful of folks with 1 gold as well. CJ with a gold, a silver, 2 bronze. Diego with 1 gold and 2 bronze. Felice with 1 gold, 1 bronze. Jose also with 1 gold earned here, as well as 1 bronze. And below that, we've got John with 4 silver, 3 bronze. Lindsay with 2 silver, 2 bronze. Sarah with 1 silver, 2 bronze. And Nick with 1 silver and 1 bronze. Special shout out to myself, to Jeff, to Diego, and to Sarah as the only folks who we actually managed to medal in every event that we participated in. So a perfect 100 for those 4 competitors. I especially want to thank all of the competitors that we just listed off there. Sarah and Nick, John, Diego, CJ, Felice, Lindsay, Jeff, Peter, Dave, and Jose, as well as all of the commentators that we've had over the course of this series of the games, the second games, in fact. So a big shout out to Alxbrit, to C-Dude, to Nintendo Fangirl, Alex Rosenberg, That Andy Guy, Teddy, aka Evil Hippie, Max and Lynn from Game Face, Ian from Born Losers Gaming, Anthony and Justin over at Retro Roulette, Ape Arcade, and Steve, you as well, and Jeff, who commentated for our very first event for this on top of that. It's been a hell of a ride. Do you have any closing thoughts before we wrap this thing up?
Yeah, I just want to say that, it's been a great run from all the competitors. It's been great to see, all of the skills and all of the different events and all of the, how close all of these events were, as we were talking about earlier. It's been a lot of fun to see. It's been great to be a part of this. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining me for this. I was for Sonic Mania, I kind of commentated that one out of necessity just because it was such a long event and it was sort of last minute, and 2 or 3 people I was chatting up about it didn't really think that they'd be able to do it with the time that was available to them for Sonic Mania. So this time around, I was like, I need to figure out somebody for Celeste, like, way ahead of time on this. And I was like, thinking about it for a while. I'm like, you know what? Celeste comes up in the D-pad Discord, relatively frequently. Not like all the time, but it does come up from time to time. And I was like, do I even know anyone outside of our own circle who talks about Celeste like at all? And the first one was like, no, actually, wait a minute. Okay, then we got to go inward for this. And as soon as I was thinking about that, I was like, okay, Steve is the obvious choice for a commentator on this. He knows this game like the back of his hand, and he's definitely going to have like solid knowledge of the game, the strats, the routes, and all of the things that like make this game really tick. So I really appreciate you joining me for this.
Of course, it's been a lot of fun.
Sweet. Well, with that, that is going to be the end of the games, and I believe that means we're going to be needing to throw this over to our closing ceremony, so we'll get right to that.
Getting too cold for this shit.